Okie dokie. So that tells me there's the ad break. It's kind of a pain because I would like that to be visible over there. I feel like I'm definitely misunderstanding how this works. It's not. I'm assuming resolve is the return. Or maybe... what is a new promise? In sadness. Oh no. Promises have to do with async functions. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. So my bot still is broken, and I haven't really been dealing with that. And me being as last minute as ever, I started messing with it like pre-stream. Let's get some music. And so I'm trying to oh wait, is my microphone still weirdly delayed? I think it is. Why? What changed that this microphone thing is like... Oh boy, I forgot to... this is why one of the reasons I don't have a webcam today is I have no idea what changed. Wait. Oh wait, did I... Was it the webcam had to be... 1 second. There. Maybe? No, that still looks like that has delay. Am I crazy? Did I not? Oh boy. Was desktop audio also always delayed like that? Oh, I'm so confused at this point. I need to fix my entire setup, I think. Maybe another reason why, maybe... Oh, right. These all have... You know what? I'm gonna get rid of the render delay. I'm just gonna get rid of it all. I do think my microphone... I don't know if I changed a setting or what. Yeah, it says it has 58 milliseconds of delay, which I think is higher than it used to be. I have to deal with this later, I think. Yeah, so I think with the JavaScript thing, the promises is just how the thing works. I can't look at my microphone like the audio balancing thing because the delay is freaking me out. It's Minecraft, it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, like, I guess if anything, I will be talking about things just a little bit delayed for like what I'm actually doing in game, but like 60 milliseconds isn't like crazy. I mean, that is still a lot, though. I need to figure out what I messed up. Anyway, so the thing I still want to figure out with the bot is, so I basically want to have another script get to be like a database. I want to put functions in other scripts. Basically, I want to have like, you know, my different class files or whatever. Because it's kind of annoying to have like, oh, I want the bot to be able to speak, and then I have to put like everything that's under the same command in one file. And I know there's got to be a setup I can do with this. I'm just not figuring out with the setup it has, I guess, like the export and the like resolve and just all that kind of stuff. I feel like I'm missing something, but I'm really not sure. Like, yeah, clearly certain things just break that. So if I comment out that line and then run it again, it gives that, but it's my attempt to access the test2 script that just doesn't seem to be working. I like how this Animal Crossing music I put on, the title of the video is, "It's okay, don't think too much." It's like, no, I'm not thinking enough, clearly. Maybe... yeah, maybe... See, all the examples use promises for this, which makes me think it wants me to. But also the examples are for, like, slightly different things than what I'm trying to do. Unfortunately, the whole Um, yeah, maybe I need to just go through this whole thing again. Some of the layout is actually really weird. It's really funny because you can kind of tell when somebody's made a program and they're so lost in the sauce. That their simple example is a very simple hello world into the logger, and their next example is like, I guess, how to change like UI parameters or something. I don't even know, man. I'm gonna play Minecraft. Let's play Minecraft. I got absorbed in being dumb. Also, I keep like accidentally randomly in the distance, which makes me think I'm just like randomly smoothing things because I haven't used this in a while, and so I'm not 100% used to the buttons again. Yeah, so like, I think I went crazy at the end of the last stream of this, because it appears I decided to like roughen all of the landscape to like maybe re-smooth it or something. I'm not 100% sure why I did this to myself. I even went back to the old video and saw that this was indeed what I was doing. But it's just like, this is so much of like, oh, but yep, that's Future Crab's problem now, I guess. Like, I'm not 100% sure what I was on at the time, but I was certainly on it. I'm not sure if I want to deal with this right now. The crab is you. The crab is me. It is me. It is now time for crab. I'm not 100% sure what I want to work on, like, next. Because part of me is still in that sort of state of, like, I kind of want to get the major landscape details done and then put, like, the little details in. But also, some of this stuff is, like, really close to just being, like, I can just work on the details. So maybe what I should do is I should use this mountain range as sort of a buffer. Of like the edge of the mountain range is like, okay, that's where we stop for now on the work. Kind of similar, like I can probably like box a lot of different things in on the mountain ranges. There is admittedly a part of me that looks at all this and thinks to myself, the size of the rivers, like this lake has like 2 rivers coming in on it. I think I might want to make the lakes larger in retrospect. So that's maybe a detail to work on. I do personally have a scaling issue when working with bodies of water. I definitely undersize bodies of water when I work on a lot of this kind of stuff. I know with like a lot of these things, you know, the rivers themselves can actually technically be like a lot less water than is implied by the way I detail it in Minecraft, but maybe I could do better there. Maybe I need to become a better person. Or can we do like real talk already? Are we too early into the stream for that? Yeah, because it is actually funny when you think, like, this is more of a lake than it is a river, and that's kind of on purpose. It was kind of supposed to be this, like, kind of slow-moving water basin that's almost static. I forget whether I was actually going to have the water come up to here, though, or what. It's funny how much of, like, in my brain, I just liked the idea that out this way is like a kind of rough mountain area with an almost, like just evil madman castle mansion thing just on the mountain. It's not even like a plot point kind of like that important place. My brain just insists that it matters. What's the difference between these two? No clue. Maybe I should blame the silver chair, because I feel like that was just like, that Narnia book just had that kind of like aesthetic of like, yep, you just go up mountain pass for a while and eventually big castle. Yeah, I have no idea what I was thinking when I just roughened the entire landscape at the end of my last stream. I was probably thinking something. I mean, it probably was just the, probably, yeah, sorry. Had a cough drop, I just wanted to make sure. By the way, yeah, I was gonna stream last week, but I was sick. I've recovered now, though. I do feel like my nose is still trying to clog. Because I feel like I had a 1-2 punch. I was sick, and then I had like crazy allergies for a couple days. Something must have been in bloom that I have not gotten used to now that we've moved here. But, yeah, it's like, I guess it's a little bit more natural like this, but, it was, like, weirdly smooth before, I guess. Yeah, so, it's hard to say. Rivers both feel like a good and a bad option for barriers for detailing. I think mountains end up better because you can kind of get away with detailing like halfway up a mountain and then leave the peak of the mountain sort of untouched and come back to it without editing everything. My main problem right now with trying to figure out how do I work more on this map is I know that things like trees and whatnot, I'm gonna want to like do detailing on like forests and trees and all that. And then if I second guess something, or if well, no, actually, yeah, less that second guessing and more, if I go to clean up something that's near it, I'm just gonna end up accidentally flattening trees. So, I need to be pretty confident that the entire nearby area is basically done before I feel like I am safe to work on details of any sort of part of this. But yeah, anywho, where's the, okay, there we go. So, second stream, at this new place. Again, I think this, like, really high-end Wi-Fi is, doing us good. I'm streaming at my usual quality without frame drops, which is good. Previously I was on LAN, so I was just a little bit worried about the potential instability of Wi-Fi with, like, my door shut and everything. Mostly because we're also, right now we're in an apartment. Again, I would love for us to get, like, a proper house. Maybe next year instead. Replanning everything a little bit. But with the apartment, I was a little worried because apartment internet can be very hit or miss. But I think one of the things that helped is this, like, whatever version of Wi-Fi. I don't know if it's like 6 gigahertz or something. Whatever it is, the problem with Wi-Fi sometimes, that's weird, at apartments tends to be that everybody's using the same like bandwidth. And so I guess the higher the gigahertz, the wider the band actually is, and the more people can shove onto it. But also, everybody is either on like 2.5 or 5 gigahertz, I'm pretty sure. I think there's also some weird like 7 gigahertz. It might not even be gigahertz at this point. It might just be like, 5.6 or, just like, it might be more like that it's just 6G, 6th generation internet or whatever. I don't know the details. All I know is that whatever one we're on might be a bit more niche in terms of, like, the, not very many routers include it, I think, maybe? Like, it's both kind of new, but also, I think even newer things don't tend to have this band as much, or something like that. I'm going off of what I remember Dan kind of vaguely telling me. And so I think we're not really, like, competing for bandwidth very much. Plus, we're in the corner of the building. So it's not like we're surrounded on all ends with different people. I do still, like, I'll admit, like, one of the weird things with streaming is just the fact that it's just, like, here I am in a building, technically other people living here, talking for hours. I'm assuming the floor is, like, really thick in the place, judging by the staircase, but I'm still, like, really worried. Like, I feel like we're noisy people. I know people just kind of suck it up and deal with the loudness of apartments. Top floor, we didn't have to deal with a lot of that. That was kind of part of our choice of dealing with the slight, micro inconvenience of an extra staircase. Yeah, I don't know. We're trying to be conscious neighbors, but it is one of those things that triggers a lot of my personal, like, social awkwardness of not wanting to bother people, but also not being sure where, like, those limits are actually at. But, again, living in the city is, different. I guess it's funny because, Gold's here, and Gold's also just in the other room now. Despite having plenty of conversations, there's still, I feel like, topics that, I haven't brought up, just, either because I'm just in... Okay, it's a little bit more than 10 feet away. I mean, it's close, but... a couple extra feet, right? Like, 20 feet away, probably. There's the entire living room between us. As the crow flies. Through walls? Yeah, I guess it's kind of fitting some thoughts and feelings that have been on my head recently that's just like, I could talk to him in the room over there, but, it's also stuff that's just like, well, I want to share on stream, so I guess this works out as a way to, like, just kind of review some feelings. Some of it is also just stuff that I was thinking of last night, probably partially because I was thinking it's like, what I'll talk about on stream. I need to already fix my sleep again. I don't know. I think it was because I was sick that really screwed me up, because I didn't want to sleep, because sleeping was kind of awful for a couple days. But also me just being an idiot and just not knowing how to sleep like a human being. Maybe just need to clean my sheets or something. Just make the room a little bit more comfy. I want this to be a little bit more cliff-esque. Like, this is supposed to be where, like, the bridge comes up and, you know. How did I do that before? Was it elevation, presets? I don't remember what I had set for this. Oops, no. Also, I didn't realize there's like a height map settings. I will say, I've seen a couple other people use this program. And, yeah, those that know how to use it or something else. Oops. I am not a very skilled person at just about anything. Oh, maybe it was just lower the smoothing. Yeah, that helps a bit. But I would say there's like living here, there is a weird, indescribable, like, it's hard to describe the feeling compared to living in a house. Inside, like, the apartment, you know, it's comfortable, it's nice we're all kind of, like, living in the place together. You know, we've got it cozy and nice and everything, but there is, like, this weird feeling of just, like... I mean, I definitely have to be very deliberate in, like, deciding to go out, I guess, is a weird thing. Like, especially, like, maybe that is, like, a weird effect of living on the 3rd floor. You could probably understand some of the, exaggeration of the feeling happening, partially because of, previously, not only was I living out in the country, but also when I was, like, in Dan's shed to get to the house for things, you know, there wasn't a homely comfort, so it's not like it's, like, a distinct, like, improvement or, deprovement or whatever, I don't know. But, it was one of those things where it's just like, yeah, I would have to go outside. You know, I was basically seeing nature every day. I was more interacting with the world around me, I guess, in a lot of ways. Whereas this is just like, you know, outside is very urban, and also I kind of have to, like, deliberately find a reason to go outside one way or another. Sometimes it's maybe sometimes it's nice to have scenarios forced upon you, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I don't know. There is, like, the weird way that I kind of described it to myself last night was it's like, it almost feels like living in a dollhouse. Kind of living in a box that's doesn't feel exactly connected to the world. Now it is nice, the community that we do live in, that, like, Yeah, like Dan just like biked to the store the other day. I haven't really biked too much, and that's the thing. I need to actually like push myself to go out a little bit more. I think there was part of me that was like the last little while trying like desperately to get some like after kind of being in stasis for a little while, I wanted some sense of productivity, so I kind of, the last few days, or the last week or two, maybe was kind of, like, focusing too much on just, like, you know, sitting at my desk and catching up on things, and also, like, working on, I was doing, like, some texture work and stuff, just to feel like I'm getting back into Great Gun Gauntlet, but it's just like, is this really the most productive use of my time in terms of, like, maybe more efficiently, we should get that computer together, or, you know, there's some tasks that maybe I started putting off again already. See, that's like, that's the kind of stuff where definitely, you know, the scenario might change, but that doesn't mean, like, I as a person will automatically change, and I definitely need to remember to continue enacting some change in my life, because I am a mess. I am a mess. And, see, that's where I've been feeling, like, really weird, because, like, there's a level of, oh, man. The brain is never satisfied. I would say I've been feeling very happy, very good about this situation. I think it's working how I was hoping and feeling it would in terms of, like, me, Dan, and Kyle all mesh together very well as roommates, at least so far it seems that, you know. I always in the back of my head am, like, in need of, like, reassurance that they're, like, doing good. But I think everybody's doing okay. There is, like, some things where it's just, like, you know, there's kind of relief, getting away from the old house and the old issues and everything. But then my brain is just like, no, you're not allowed to be happy. Now instead of just being able to feel, like, good about, like, how well the change has gone, my brain is like, my brain has decided, it's just like, no. You're gonna think of, it's time for you to feel, like, guilty that you, like, left things behind. You're selfish, says my brain. Hola, Lim. The bot earlier. I still don't really know what I'm doing with, like, JavaScript, and specifically the specific implementation of how to run the bot stuff. So we were kind of talking earlier, trying to wrap my head around, like, I still feel like there's gotta be a way without using something more complicated, because I know one of the things is this is, like, kind of raw, and then the person that made the bot's like, oh yeah, we recommend this other version of JavaScript that basically, like, compiles, and so half of the documents are in that other stuff. I forget what that's called. And so it's just like, yeah, just me fumbling, trying to figure out, okay, so how do I implement basic things, such as, yeah, TypeScript. They really, really want you to use TypeScript, but that's like, I don't know. It felt like a couple extra steps in my brain of figuring things out. Whereas JavaScript, I can literally just type into a text file, basically. It just works. It's also nicer because, like, I think if I were to do the TypeScript, you know, there's like a couple extra steps where, like, again, the program just takes the JavaScript files and runs them otherwise, so. Why did I noisify this hill? I gotta, like, I gotta fix so much over here. Anyway, I don't know if it's just me misunderstanding something about JavaScript so far, or if it is something weird about the implementation. I just haven't figured out how to reference a function from another file. I think I was, like, doing this the last time I was streaming this Minecraft stuff, and then just didn't go back to it, and now I'm back, and I'm like, oh yeah, I never figured that out. Oh. But, the main thing is, I just want to have a file that is all of, like, the words and phrases and everything that I can easily reference in other scripts. Yeah, like, yeah, it's just, like, the example stuff made it seem simple, like, I could just, like, do, you know, a function, and then export that function name, or whatever. I guess the thing is, it's like, did it just not include a, import? Like, yeah, is there, like, an import step that I'm missing in my thing? You know, and I also don't know, is that the problem, or did I just mess up, because it wants to do everything through promises. It's just like, I don't know. Okay, require. Okay, so does that, is that similar to, like, with C#? I know I put things at, like, the top of the file. Is there, like, a quick rundown I could get of, do I just do, like, require dot or require equals, or just, this is like, 1 second, maybe I can just look this up. You just, okay, you just put the name of the thing at the top of the file? So that, oh, okay. Okay, so it is very similar to how, so it's very similar to how in, like, Unity we would have to include, I don't know. Oh gosh, that could be Node. 1 second. I'm gonna look this up. I want to know this. JavaScript require. Oh. Wait, why does this seem more complicated in this? And before Node is, like, simpler. Oh, wait a second. Wait, huh? Why is there, like, variable name equal? Oh gosh, you have to do that, I guess, maybe? Or... oh gosh. Oh! In before, there's, like, 3 different ways to do this. Problem, okay, so the problem is, I'm not 100% sure. Oh, gosh. Okay. I'm gonna just try... okay. If I... Yeah. Oh gosh, don't. Sorry. I'm gonna rename a file because I have a space in a file name, and wait. Oh no, that doesn't have a space. It's just looked like it did. I don't know why. What am I doing? That would explain. Okay, so when I was, this is where I was like, something seemed wrong with their instructions, because they were using an example of getting certain parameters, and they had export.getDefaultParameters equals getDefaultParameters, but in their how to run it, they just had dot parameters. So somewhere at the top of their thing, I think they're defining the getDefaultParameters function as just parameters. I was like, something was suspicious about the fact that they truncated the name on that. Okay, so see, this is where I'm now like, okay, do I do I understand correctly how to use resolve? Do I also I probably still use run request. Or wait, just gonna name it that for non-confusing. Maybe? Okay, let me look back at chat. That didn't work. I need to also find, there was a error log output file. And I need to find where that, oh, okay, I gotta just do this another day, holy moly. Or do this after stream or something. I'm a mess. Require is just a node function that runs same import stuff. I'm not sure if, do we have node available? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Okay. Well, that's my problem, is the scripts are, so the bot program itself is running the JavaScript, so if it doesn't, if it's not using Node, then I don't think I could, like, implement that. But let me just see, like, so where's import? Okay, so there's that. How does, I'm looking at another thing that does import instead. Which again, I'm like trying not to waste too much time on stream, which is probably causing me to waste more time by not reading the entire articles. This, huh? Oh, here it is. Okay. There we go. I just needed to find the exact type of line. Where's my file? And I can just put this at the top, right? Now, let's see here. When using import, you just, like, you don't have to do, like... Doesn't look like it. Yeah, you just have to run the function name, which means... Do you have to be, like, really careful with function names on this? Because, like, in C#, I'm used to stuff like, excuse me, like, test class or whatever name I would give it, dot function name. Like, do I just have to be, like, really, really careful? Though, okay, so wait, if I... Wait a second. If I'm just importing the function directly, I don't have to use promises or anything. I just have to have a function. Are the files in the same folder? Yeah. Yeah. Wait, so this should be easier than I'm thinking. Okay, what? I don't, like, yeah, because I don't need to be, like, too careful. Okay, I do still have to do, like, the export dot whatever, right? I'm assuming that. Man, this is... I kinda get why it's like this. Okay, but it's a little silly. So let me just, what do I want to do? Sorry, now I have to, I'm gonna redesign the function I was doing. I'm so sorry. There's no point in me doing this on stream like this. Where's the solve eyes script? I just want to pilfer a function out of that real quick. Yeah, I really, like... Honestly, I don't even have to pilfer a function out of that. I can just... Whoops. Wait, why didn't that comment... Oh, oops. I almost... I almost left a stupid thing. Right, so... String name plus equals that's what sorry, so that's what this is called. The bot believes it must be a progressive cipher. You have to keep looking. I know they're all boring and useless. But clearly the bot insists. I love that. I need to add group theory stuff to that. It's outdated. Okay. So I just import from nice BRB. Okay. Does that just work? Oops, wrong one. Something's still wrong. Did I get an error in... Error loading the script, test1.javascript. Syntax error, cannot use import statement outside of a module. Oh. Oh. Module? Do I have to... In JavaScript speak, what is a module? Is that a function? Or does the bot... Is the bot unable... Or maybe... Do I move that in here, maybe? 1 second. Does that work? No. Yep, no. Wait, declaring a class name? Okay. Admittedly, this might be where the bot system is using JavaScript weird, maybe, because, there's no class name? Huh. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. Error over here. And now I have a next step to figure out if this is even like a thing I can do. I really hope it is, because that would frustrate me if I actually just cannot. This is where, like, I would not put it past, like, the designer for this whole thing if it's like you have to use TypeScript to do this. I really wouldn't want that to be the case, but I wouldn't put it past him. Because I guess that's the annoying thing. In the context of TypeScript, it would probably do it similar to the Arduino projects, where it just, like, dumps it onto the end of the file or whatever secretly when it compiles it. It's just like, oh, no, yep, all that's just in the file. Have fun. So I'm smoothing all this back out, but, like, somewhere in here is supposed to be, like, a lake or a pond or something. Like, I need to actually start thinking about this, like, little river that comes down. You ever think about details and landscapes which, like, in a fantasy setting kind of, like, looks visually appealing, but, like, also the reality of it is, like, you would have to assume that it's not going to be like that forever? Like, you just happen to be looking in at this world right before, like, an entire, like, section of a mountain's about to just collapse inward. Like, people point out there's this one city in Skyrim that I think is, like, very much that effect. Because it is, like, a city on an archway. And I think because it's, like, you know, because of how video games are, I think the archway is, like, actively got, like, dust falling from it. But people are like, that implies an unfortunate instability, does it not? What is a module? But yeah, I'd rather not have to essentially keep a just master list that I edit and then copy into all my files, you know? So hopefully I can figure out what's going on with the read file error. With the thing, so I can just avoid that. Yeah, I could also, one second. One second. I do have... Let me just look at one thing on their Discord real quick. Oops. Now I'm reading again, sorry. Something about a starter script, but I think the starter script is also TypeScript. Yep. Dang it. It's all just TypeScript. Yeah, oh man, this person's response here is my exact feeling right now of, I saw that already, but I didn't want to have to set up a whole node tooling environment. Though, they say you don't, and maybe the only way to get it to load. To install npm to get the starter script to work. I don't want to set up node environments and sorts of other node stuff on this machine. I don't want to break, so I have a bunch to do. Oh gosh, there's so many steps and all I want to do is read. I just want to read a list of strings out of another file for convenience. That's literally the only reason I need, like, this. Oh, bot. Thank you. Sorry, well, no, I was reading a Discord server just now. Yeah, so, were you actually gone for a minute? Because, basically, I I tried the thing, and the bot gave me, or the bot program gave me the error loading the script, syntax error, cannot use import statement outside of a module. Which means it was trying, and I was looking it up, and people were saying they were having similar issues. Even with, the require. Your script isn't a module. That's where I'm like, what is the layout of this bot thing? In JavaScript, what is a module? Is that like a class? Because again, I've been flying by the seat of my pants learning this, so I don't know all the terminology yet. At least I did copy that down as the, like, obviously you don't have to be like my teacher for everything today. I can just kind of start looking up that after the stream. I have something to look up now, which is like a huge improvement, so that's a win, right? How was I doing waterfalls before? Oh, probably a lower flow length? Whoa. Those are just script files that use export. Huh. So maybe I'm doing something wrong in the other file? Because I do have... Maybe I have to do the whole script or something? Because I did have an export... But maybe I'm just exporting the function? Okay, yeah, well, there was actually, on this other page... Oh. Is that what I'm missing? Wait a second. I might be mixing syntaxes. Of, like... Is that just... One second. Slightly different syntax. One second. Clear the error and do it again. No? I'll just deal with this later. It's because my problem is I don't know how much of it's, like, I have to go through, like, the user manual for the actual thing more than it being, like, a JavaScript thing specifically. I don't know. It might just be limited. Because somebody on the Discord server was implying that you have to, like, set up something else to get it to work, which is further implying that it just, like, TypeScript or bust, I guess. I don't like how this looks. The water here is ugly. Where is the draw thing? Which one of these is the rock tool? Sculpt draw? It's just... No, that's circles. Which one's just basic? I think this one, right? Oh, I need to set... How do I set water again? block equals air, I think? Oh, it doesn't update. Wait. It doesn't show. It doesn't. Wait a second. Oh, that's weird. Wait, maybe unfreeze time? No, that just cycles the... How do you paint water in this properly? Because fluid ball is kind of dumb. Which the cipher permutes in the same way for a given plain text. I don't like how fluid ball works. Do I have to do this manually? How did I do rivers before? I know I was doing big rivers, but did I not do like a waterfall over here at some point? It just makes like a slightly lower water. I'm a broken husk of a man. Block equals water. Replace water. Is flowing water... No. I'm confused. I thought this worked. I'm slightly frustrated. In the same way for a given plain text. Is that... That's like the most... That feels like... I know this is how, like, mathematics works, but it's always funny to me when the conclusion is pretty much the thing that sounds the most obvious. Like... I mean... it just... It is like that. Oops. Just, it's a very blunt sounding conclusion. Though I guess in the long run, part of what you're looking for is, more restrictions. Otherwise, you know, perfectly isomorphic ciphers, cipher differences the same way for a given plaintext. Like, that just, you know, it just comes off as very much just describing what it is. I don't know. Oof. It is interesting, though, the just constant nature of how many things just get defined as, various groups, or maybe more accurately, that groups can express so many different things. In before everything in this world of ours can be boiled down into groups. You just, if you do enough, multiplying groups together, it is expressed through groups. Because that one you were showing me, like, let's just look back at that real quick, because that one did look kind of funny, where it's just like... C2 times... wait, what's the colons for again? I don't remember... Oh gosh, that shows you just how out of it I am on higher math stuff, or... semi-direct product. C2 times the, gosh, how do you say, like, math out loud? Because the sum of doesn't sound correct when you're working with multiplication. The result of, because, like, C2 times the result of C2 times C2 times C2, you know, etc., etc. Do you have to work? Do you have to? Do you have to work your way out or inwards out? Wait a second. How do I don't. How do you even express semi-direct product in a sentence? Anything can be boiled. I'm not even gonna try, but it's just a bunch of multiplying C2s together, basically. How do you say parentheses? Now, could you get away with just saying the sum of 2 times 2? Like, it sounds weird. Because you're not really you're not really adding them together, but... Okay, in spreadsheets, I do this all the time, where I get lazy, and if I just want, like, something in its own parentheses, I'll sometimes just hit the sum button, and then put the multiplication inside without actually, like, summing several things together. Like... quantity something. Because, like, I feel like in a sentence, saying out loud 2 times the sum of 2 times 2. That almost just sounds correct, right? Like, the sum of 2 times 2. Well, that's 4. So 2 times that. But yeah, probably just say the product. Yeah, to be honest. 2 times the product of 2 times 2. 2 times the product of 1 plus 1. You know, it's probably actually just the best way to say that. If we're being honest, yeah. Yeah. Smooth the world! The hills got too bumpy near where I was working. Oh, now I need to remember. I had these mountains, like, pointier. Granted, actually, I think I decided pointy wasn't fitting to the visual aesthetic of the area. Oh my gosh, there's a lake above this lake? Oh no! What was I doing up here? It's lakes all the way up! They're also, like, just little ponds, to be honest. Okay, they're not that little. They are some meters across. That's it. I'm replacing all math with division. Good luck. You better get your decimals ready. Or you're going to be decimated. Okay. So, is the fastest way for me to get rid of all this blue wool to just use the flood fill and block equals blue wool? No? Yes? Maybe? No? I don't think it takes air as a parameter for, Oh wait, that's flood fill. Is there just a replace? Wait. Biome painter, noise painter, lasso, weld, melt. Oh, you know what? I guess I could just do this. Dear goodness, that's deep. It's not that deep, bro. Wait, what's... Huh? What, the strumming of the guitar? Or what was it earlier? The previous song? Sorry, mute the stream. Now I'm curious. Give me, like, 1 minute. Oh, the shaking of the maraca? Like the shaka 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 shaka. I have no idea the problem. Odd. Gold, are you sure you're not a small dog? I know that sounds a bit strange, but there are quite a few things that simply and somewhat randomly stress you out. I'm starting to learn that a little bit more now. Gold, it's time to be stressed so that one may, I don't know, not self-destruct.
I still don't understand. Why does the water in this not update?
Okay. Hurry up and relax. What? Hurry up and relax sounds familiar. Is that like is... there's nothing that immediately comes up. But that sounds weirdly familiar. Like, at least it's a joke I've heard recently. Hurry up and wait. Wait, what's hurry up and wait from? Whoa. The heck was that? Waits faster. There's a couple songs called Hurry Up and Wait. Just a phrase. You're just a phrase. Is there like a setting? One second. Nope, that doesn't immediately give me results. Dang it. Nothing's working today. I come back from not existing and now everything's wrong. Yeah, none of these different tools make the water update. I'm not sure why. Edit, operation. It makes it feel like, I guess I really can just use Fluid Ball, but is there a way I can use Fluid Ball that's not, like, obnoxious? Is the problem? Because technically, Fluid Ball also the water doesn't update. I think I just have to do this for... Whatever. Whatever. It's just like my opinion, man. Waterfalls, apparently not entirely easy. What is going on in the corner over here? I did not smooth everything. Everything's wrong. I blame you. It's all your fault. It's all the bot's fault for being broken and breaking me with him. Is it just windy outside? One second. I'm like, what is this noise? And I forget that, like, if it actually gets windy here, the siding on this building rumbles. What is the weather right now? By the way, I'm hearing more and more reports saying that there's a... It's not even that windy. There's a decent chance, we're gonna have, like, a really cold winter. In other words, rest in peace, me and Dan. Not even given a chance. See, I'm not sure how I feel about... What's the difference in the quality settings? How do you get different water quality? Oh. Oh gosh, what have I done? Where is that gonna fill in? I just want to know. If it's taking this long, I just want to know. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I guess this site has to be one higher. Oh yeah, I was talking about life and some of the oddity of living here now. There are parts of me that can easily say that I'm, you know, I mentioned before that, sort of part of my thought was like, okay, enjoy everything we can out of living in the city again. You know, especially just don't be like obnoxious about it. Just like, oh, this wasn't exactly what I wanted. But then there are also, admittedly, kind of some immediate things where my brain is just like, living in the city kind of stinks. Mostly it's a combination of... At first, I didn't think it was too bad, but definitely if you, like, leave your window open, you're just kind of gonna be hearing some amount of, like... Oh gosh. There are definitely always, like, kind of no matter the city, the people that really, really like their cars. And they don't care how much they disrupt everybody else's livelihood in the process. Especially the weekends. Just, boy. Sure is a little bit obnoxious. It's not like the worst, but it's definitely a thing. Does this work again? Am I sure there's not a better option here? What was I doing before to do better rivers? Like, Fluid Ball is very good at... Wait. Was that what it maybe was? Or something? Maybe not, actually. I don't know anymore. I could have sworn I had a trick before. Admittedly, that doesn't really look any better than the Fluid Ball thing was doing, so I might just keep doing Fluid Ball. I don't really know anymore. I think I just need to have a really small radius and a really small flow length. But why does it... Oy! Maybe it is... Oh no. Why do I feel like the Meatball Man is coming? What if I do the larger flow length but require support? That looks terrible. all I kind of want it to do right now. It's just that. But it's so wide over here. Why is it so... Oh! It just looks weird. Why does it look so weird? Why am I a mess today? Oh! Okay, 1 second. Block equals water. Why does... Block equals air. Oh, it's a really huge cylinder, that's why. Just slice this end off. This music feels like it's taunting me. Oh no! Fine, I get it. You're right. Oh. Forgot about that whole weird fluid thing. Ah. Cancel. I said cancel. I'm being tortured. Do I have the mask still on water? That's probably the problem. Oh my gosh, why is it lagging? Why is it lagging? What have I done? What are you doing, game? Ah! It didn't have the thingy on for some reason. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Delete this. I can't win! What is happening? I think I'm going mad. Okay, the require support thing seems to produce weird things. Hello, witching hour. Which on the other hand is great, but on the other, it's just not right. Mm-hmm. The witching hour is as usual. There's gotta be something I'm just doing wrong with Fluid Ball, like... So, like, the whole requires support to flow thing creates, like, this effect, which is very much not what I want. It's, like, really good when you're doing big, smooth rivers, but I kind of just want, like, little waterfalls. And I think flow length sort of helps with that, but sometimes that's too pathetic. So maybe I just have to be, like, really careful. Oh, maybe that's just... Well, it's still a little off. Oh. I don't think I know what I want. Times New ramen. I will never escape the witching hour, and witching hour will never escape me, only just randomly saying the punchlines without the jokes. When does a bit die? When it gets old? No, when it gets forgotten. I think part of my problem is also the fact that, admittedly, I did not dig out the ground very well, so it is kind of just water rushing over, like, it's not eroded enough, I think, is part of my problem. Oh yeah, sorry, I was also talking about, like, living here. And I think my last comment was, living in this city kind of stinks. Again, there's a lot of things you can enjoy about it. I guess in the end, I'm just not 100% sure if it's for me. And yeah, light pollution and noise pollution are definitely two of those things that, I would say I'm confirming how important, or how much value I put into not having those before was. Oh, no. Whatever. I can't fix this. I think I do actually probably, like, I probably should start sleeping with my sleeping mask again or something. Because especially the apartments out here and like the parking right across, all of the garages have lights. So there is some level of just like, even with these blinds, a lot of light comes in. Like without the blinds, it's I feel like it would just be like eternal evening here. It's no wonder like humans are broken. We've created such a problem by not allowing there to be night. Oops. Though I will say, while the lack of mountains is definitely interesting to get used to, in sort of the more, like, Midwest-centric kind of area this is, or, you know, plains-centric, or whatever you want to consider it, I do love how easy it is to see clouds. Any given, like, clouds that, pass by. I'm livid. There's something about just saying these punchlines without the context. What did Crab mean by this? But, yeah, so, having the ability to, like, just have such a, like, horizon, off in the distance without anything interrupting it. I do have to put my glasses on. I'm actually debating whether it would be nice, now in the apartment, I'm not sure if we have that option, but I think I would rather not have screens in the windows so I can get like a much clearer picture without anything in the way. But on any given day, there is always a pretty set of clouds out there one way or another. So it's kind of like having a different mountain every day. So I think the choice of location in terms of, oh gosh, it didn't give me the box to back out of it, and I forgot to change the setting. Oh no. No! I'm livid. Yeah, as far as choice of location goes, I do like the area. I would say there is some correct assessment that, as far as living in a city goes, this is, like, nicer than any of the cities I would have lived in back in my old area. Just in terms of, like, I do think the people in the city are, like, still a little bit more chill. Like, I'm complaining about things like noise pollution from vehicles, but in the end, oh, crud. In the end, I just want to get rid of this. Why isn't that working? Ah! Usually if I click under a weird chunk like this, it'll go away. It's like it doesn't exist. Oh no. Oh, right, and this tool goes through the water. How do I change the how do I change the raycast settings? Oh, annoying. Because this tool... Do I have to do this manually? Sure. I'm now in hot water with the Japanese mafia. Oh no. But, oh yeah, of course that part of the bot still works. But yeah, the city is relatively chill compared to how crazy a city could usually be, but, it probably wouldn't be so bad, but, I forgot to set the setting again. It probably wouldn't be so bad, but, there is some level of, like, I mean, I guess this is kind of the norm is you almost can't live anywhere in a city without living pretty much near the, what the heck? Fluid Ball is starting to fail me on a fundamental level. You kind of can't live anywhere without basically living, right by a, gas station or other places that'll kind of get an amount of traffic on their own. Oh, was that... Wait, do I have World Edit still? This might be a case where I still need to use World Edit. Maybe? Oh no, I don't have World Edit. Oh no. This became a very specific problem. I'm not good at rivers in Minecraft. I thought this mod, like, solved half my problems, but there's still other problems. What if I do something really dumb? Oh wait, maybe, I keep forgetting I have block masks enabled, to be honest. It might actually be working fine, and I just had the block mask on still. I mean, it's still kind of ugly, though. No, yeah. I'm beside myself. See, that's the problem. I was thinking, oh, maybe that'll work. Why doesn't anything update the water? Is there an option for this? Edit. View. That's neat. You can just get rid of the liquids. So, like, trigger updates is an operation. And so, like, that doesn't even work. Nothing works! What is wrong with this? I'm going crazy. The root of all evil. Yeah, this is the root of all evil. I'm half expecting that I've done, like, a setting and forgotten. Like... It's just... Hi. I'm going crazy. I mean, when am I not? But... Sorry. I'm trying to, like, make a waterfall. And I'm very unsatisfied with doing it manually, and I'm very unsatisfied with how the mod makes it look. So I'm just an unhappy camper. But you know what? Forget it. Manual. The big problem I'm having right now seems to mostly be that, sometimes the water just doesn't want to update like I want it to. Minecraft water is terrible. I was having a good time, I think. I was having a bad time, and then you showed up. Wait. Yippee? Question mark? Hey, I'm okay. Everything's fine. The world hasn't ended yet. End of the world? Boy, I wish that were me. Brochure. And then you showed up, and my outlook just changed. What? I made it up. Where's your source, King? I made it up. Maybe I should relearn how to do a half-okay job at doing voices again. Because I do like my Kinger antics. But I can only do the lightest semblance of his voice. Oh, that was maybe a little bit much, actually. Well, actually, no, not if it's gonna be like that. See, my problem is sometimes a voice for me is just do a crinkly voice. The current quality of my Kinger is really what I would just describe as crinkly. Crinkly crab. It's the same voice that I do for like half a dozen different things. Half of those dozen different things are just old people. But he's less old and more just broken, I guess. It's not really supposed to be whimdy today, but it kind of sounds a little whimdy. My brain is feeling whimdy. See, here I can get away with doing it. I can do the like sort of regular clean flowing effect. Didn't want to have to explain Digital Circus if I didn't know what it was. It's actually really funny because that whole thing, I'm still like amazed just how big of a thing it became. Because before it came out, I was already a Gooseworks fan. And I also already followed Kevin Temmer, which is one of the animators. Ironically, one of the few things I didn't actually really follow, though I was aware of it, was, what is the exact, SMG4 or whatever, you know, the Mario animation channel. So, I guess it is kind of interesting and funny that it's just like, yeah, I'm definitely not in the camp of people that needs it explained because, what's the old meme of, don't explain to me the ancient texts, I was there when they were born. SMG4, I think that's the channel of the guy that founded Glitch. Now, I guess granted, I was also aware of Glitch because this is actually a really funny thing of I watched the Murder Drones pilot like ages ago when that came out. And then I think I followed them and like, oh yeah, that seems neat. I'll catch up on the episodes later. I still have not watched Murder Drone. I'll get to that eventually. Which, I think with, like, Kevin Temmer, it was kind of interesting, because, I think he was first working on, Murder Drone's content, for Glitch. I think that's how he ended up hired there. And so, for me, it was actually kind of just one of those interesting little tidbits of story, just because I knew that he had been an animator, like, for a big studio before, but that studio was the one that did, that was the studio for Ice Age? Been an animator, like, for a big studio before, but that studio was the one that did, that was the studio for... Okay, I think that was just Minecraft just froze my whole computer for a second. Okay, then. I think we're fine. Yeah, I think the guy that does, SMG4 is the founder of Glitch. Or at least one of them. But, yeah, so the thing with, Kevin Temmer working for the studio that did Ice Age is just the unfortunate layer of, that's, it does not like something I'm doing here. That studio went debunked. Or defunct? Defunct. They went debunked? Oh. The stream was, like, dead for a second. Interesting. Debunked. But, what was I gonna say? I was gonna add something to that. My thoughts got deleted. Again, as always. Now I'll just fill that in. Yeah, where was I? I'm not sure if this is one of the jokes, or just like, is this where we're at, where one of my viewers just unironically has the bubonic plague? Anyway, yeah, studio died, I died. Anyway, yeah, so Kevin Temmer was, like, kinda out of work, so he was just kinda doing his, you know, his kinda casual YouTube stuff. And there was some level of just, like, you know, as cool as it was to have somebody that used to be, like, part of, like, a big professional, studio just doing, like, YouTube stuff, there was also, like, some level of, man, sure hope somebody picks him up, because I kind of feel bad. Though there was also a third layer of, it used to be kind of unfortunate because there were one or two other animators I followed a while ago that when they finally got work again, working at a big studio, they just kind of vanished off the face of the earth. So, Kevin do you do first names or last names when talking about people? I don't know how socializing works. So when he got, picked up with Glitch, it actually ended up being, like, a really neat thing, because Glitch is a bit more, like, open with their production, I guess, and, we can actually still see, like, his work. Like, he'll show, like, his reel of, like, Mr. Kevin. Lactose? Lactose intolerant. Yeah, so it's, it's just really neat that we get to still see his work and everything, and we're not just like, he didn't just fall off the face of the earth. Now, I guess for some people, who knows, maybe it is a little disappointing that, you know, he's busy with work now and doesn't do his, like, he did these, like, little music video, or not music videos, but, like, he made music and then put animations to them. You know, I think I shared a couple of them in the past. But anyway, I found it really cool when it's just like, oh, he's employed. He's working on this thing that I've heard of before. Oh no. Cancel, cancel, cancel. But, and then, kind of, I think around the same time, later on, was then, like, his little animation thingy, and then Goose's animation thingy. Oh, wait, I wasn't doing it this way. Where they, like, both posted different things to their channels of just, like, upcoming project, and I'm like, oh, snap. Yeah, that's not right. But yeah, I have not watched... I admittedly, yeah, have not watched any of Glitch's other things yet. They just... Actually, I didn't post it to the server in the animation channel, but they did just post their trailer for that 2D thing. Though this is where the one thing with Glitch Studio is definitely, ironically, like, despite being a, you know, dark comedy and Goose's sort of dark sense of humor and everything, Digital Circus might be one of the, like, less edgy series, I guess, that they'll probably have. They definitely go for, like, the sort of darker aesthetic stuff. Because, like, Murder Drones, the premise of that one, from what I recall, is, I think, the robots in that were originally, like, mining, like, androids or whatever. Mining droids, or drones. But I think, like, eventually they weren't, like, useful anymore, and the humans were gonna, like, decommission them, and the robots fought back, and so we're, like, way in the future after, like, I guess they are the murder drones, you know, they just, I don't know where the plot goes with it. I just remember something like that in the pilot. It was just like, oh yeah, we killed off humanity or something, or we're trying to, or I don't think the main characters themselves were too keen on continuing the violence, but think they at least just knew it as kind of their history. And yeah, I don't really know where the plot goes. I think the problem is at a certain point, like, I think the whole thing is like, it kind of is more robot versus robot. I'm not sure if that means they're fighting robots that were made to destroy the robots, or what lingering plot. I don't know the plot. You can't really count what I'm saying as spoilers because I have no idea what I'm talking about. I just remember basic parts of the plot premise. Clean your skeleton. But, I think I should just accept that the waterfalls are gonna be kind of like imperfect a lot of times, because waterfalls just kind of aren't like super perfect anyway. Oh boy, wait, cancel. How do I do this segment? Because it's gonna want to like overflow, but wait a second, if I put water down first, is that gonna like influence the way it like brushes this? I think it might. Ah! Okay, I think I know what I have to do is I have to just be really careful. If I get like one too far, it gets wacky. Oh, wait, that counts. But, yeah, I haven't watched any of their other stuff, but I, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'd enjoy... I do find the visual style of some of this, stuff kind of interesting. Like Gaslight District. But, yeah, I don't know why, I just keep putting it off when Digital Circus gets, like, front row seat, like, attention. I guess it does help that I kind of already knew that I liked Goose's writing. Though, I guess that's the funny part, being a Gooseworks fan, and then, being a Gooseworks fan already, and then having, this show come out, there is some level of sometimes you think to yourself, oh no, everybody else watching this, are they not prepared? Just because I feel like there is some level of like Gooseworks doesn't exactly, at least I don't know, the endings are surreal, but they're not exactly happy a lot of times. Again, like, the one that I remember first got me into, like, their animations. I think I was aware of, like, some of their other miscellaneous stuff, like music and whatnot had popped up before. Little Runmo, I think, is a lot of people's gateway drug into the Gooseworks. And yeah, I don't know. For a second there, it seems like a happy ending, but I'm not sure if we, not sure if we count that as a happy ending. Can I get away with this? I cannot get away with this. I very much could not get away with this. Yeah, only 5 years ago. What is going on? This does not like some of the hills I'm working with here. Oh wait, is that the fill edges thing? No, it's not fill edges causing this. Until we meet again. Well, bye then. So, basically I'm just talking about, indie animation. Gooseworks is an animator on YouTube. Kevin Temmer is an animator as well. Gooseworks is more of a writer, but obviously they used to do their own animations. Now they do the writing for Digital Circus. And Digital Circus is a surreal, psychological, dark comedy series? I don't know. Stay right there, where my million of all-seeing eyes can keep an eye on you. I'm legitimately slightly frustrated because I'm pretty sure I have a specific tool that I was using when I was still using World Edit that I just do not have access to. Did I not install World Edit? One second. View mods. Apparently, I just never installed it at all. I don't know how much longer I'm streaming, but, give me a second. One second. Can I just... versions... I should have actually checked if there was a version for this. There should be. Platform, fabric, game version... 21.5. Okay. World Edit. Download. Open. Yeah. View mods. Drag and drop into there. Is there any... I don't know if where it would list, like, dependencies. Launch. Please wait. But yeah, Digital Circus, the actual story is pretty much characters getting stuck in an old, like, VR video game kind of thing. But clearly, like, nobody's running this anymore. Except for the AI that forces them to go on goofy adventures, and it's kind of like No Mouth. I have no mouth, and I must scream, but it's more lighthearted, and the antagonist isn't actually, like, evil. He's just very misguided. Okay, I'm pretty sure I had a specific method I was using before. It's gonna be really funny when I try to do it now with this installed and it still doesn't work. Okay. I don't remember any of the wand arguments. Give me a second. Everything's wrong. Okay. Game files. Minecraft. Minecraft files? Probably this one, I think. No, not this one. Projects. Fancy brushes. I think, probably. I'm pretty certain I had a brush in here, maybe somewhere. Oh gosh. Oh no. Where's my brush? Did I not save my brush? Oh no, I don't think I saved my brush. Oh no, Strong Bad. You're so cool. I wish I were half as cool as you. Okay. No, not again, not more, Meatball Man. Cylinder, water. Is there like a, I guess, 2, 1. Whoa, the text is so small. See, this is kind of all I needed before, I think, sort of. It's very simple. But it kind of works a little better than what I was doing before. Can I mask water level? Oh man, doing this one at a time would be really dumb.
I mean, what level is that water? Oh gosh. Oh, my back. Oh. Oh.
Dear goodness. Sorry, I'm just debating, like... I mean, what happens if I put, like, water, if I... Wait. How do masks work again? I'm so sorry that this is such a mess. Can I do, like, not water level equals 0? I don't think I can do, like, a negative mask. Oh, right. That's the one problem with doing it like this. it's not as smooth as Axiom. So if I do a global mask and then mask water. Oh right, masks are like, yeah, they're per brush. I'm hello. I'm relearning this as I go. Water level equals 5, 8. 8 maybe is good. Or not. That must be level 1. It's level 15. This isn't working. Oh no. It just makes it tall for a second. Why does that happen? What? Oh, right. That would just do that. Great. Sorry, my brain's breaking. I wish there were a way to do the, like, Axiom water smoothing thing without spreading it everywhere. Because otherwise, my only other... Wait. Oh, I don't have the masks for it, though, do I? I definitely had a method for this. It was dumb and it was terrible. Was it like the global mask and then the brush itself was like no. Underwater. See, that's the thing that's getting me. It spreads it out, but why is it so chunky? I don't understand what's going on anymore. I don't understand what I'm doing. I don't understand what I want. I made the mistake of immediately working on rivers when I haven't worked on things in months. Ugh. Water mechanics in Minecraft are the worst. I don't know why, and it's probably just because, like, some people were worried about water usage or something for the cooling. But that reminded me the city I'm in. There was discussion about how the city was thinking of annexing, or was going to maybe try annexing some of the land surrounding the city, because, there's apparently an AI data center or something that wants to, like, build in the area. And I guess it would have just been in, like, sort of neutral, out-of-city limits, like, stuff before. And they wanted some of the tax dollars. And it's just like, oh, gosh. Yeah, this isn't working. Greedy for that AI tax dollar. I think this is bad stream content. I give up on what I was trying to do. I have to reset it now because I messed it up so bad too. Garbanzo beans. That's what this is. Pure, unfiltered garbanzo beans. Again, am I crazy or does it feel like the regular Minecraft water doesn't want to flow very far? It's like, I know part of the problem is Minecraft water is very, very much like path of least resistance, which is just like not what you expect compared to actual like pressure dynamics, I guess. Because I guess it's almost as if an infinite amount of water can flow through like a spot. Minecraft water in general is very weird because it's like this infinite material that is also very finite at the same time. I feel like I'm watching a sitcom now. Which is probably what this music actually basically is in-game. Just like TV music or something. It's producing water that's basically what that is. Is there like... Maybe if I set the quality really high up, but the flow length really low? No, that's terrible. The flow length, but the quality really low? Oh, what the heck? That's like terrible, terrible. What have I done? So maybe the quality is actually how far out it tries to search. There's not really hover over text or anything. Oh yes, store music. I did it. I filled like a singular lake. This has been a problem. I've completely lost the sauce. Like, Minecraft is one of those weird things where if I can get into the zen of it, I can just, like, talk about 1,000 different topics and just, like, have a pretty good ability to just, like, conversate and everything. And then, if something like this happens to me, Minecraft is the most anti-conversational, like, game possible. It's such a mess. I should take a BRB, actually, real quick, now that I think about it. See, I think Minecraft survival might be better for zenifying the conversation. Which is where, I'm not gonna lie, I've been thinking more and more just like, how do I join an SMP server? Like, the type where they like kind of like you to like stream it. Because that might be good stream content for a while. But also, like, I've been thinking of that just from the social aspect of I have very little video game social life, let alone regular social life. I need something. Right? Not sure if Minecraft is the answer. And maybe I'm just missing that Scarlet Acres server that I used to be on or something. I don't know. It wasn't really in, like, it was, like, SMP in terms of, like, it was a survival server, but it wasn't really, like, a turn your fun into content thing. It was just fun. Though I could just find a server like that, like, allows for streaming and just stream and socialize and just be normal. Just be normal! Why can't you just be normal? Or maybe I should just become a hermit and actually start to, like, be productive with my life. I don't know. Let me drop all of my hobbies. That's what my mental health needs. Becomes even less productive. Actually, I didn't want that. Granted, there is some level of me that just, like, looks at the economy and is just like, can I get away with not having an income right now? I know we're kind of fine financially with, you and Dan's employment, but... Is anybody gonna be able to afford buying video games? Is making video games a good idea right now? Admittedly, that is actually one of those things that's always interesting to me, is how weirdly resilient the games market seems to be to economic downturn. Like, how we, at that sort of weird point where we're seemingly going into a recession, yet at the same time the actual, like, game developers are raising their prices and getting away with it, maybe? I guess we still have some time to see whether it doesn't horribly backfire on their face. It may very well. Not like I'd be raising my own games prices, but, you know, if that's what the, like, regular market looks like, maybe some people, look at a $10 game and go, ooh! Actually, I don't even think we're charging $10 for it yet, because it's not full release. Well, I have been debating. See, that's where it's just like... If it does get full content, what's the actual, like, price that it would be, like, worth it to people? A couple years ago, I would say $12 would be too much, but in the current market, it's just like, I don't know. It really does actually 100% come down to how much content I finish the game up with. Probably just $9.99 though. So the debate at this point is, do I I mean, it looks like that was my intention, but, like... Where does this go? Because this area kind of does just, like, open up a bit. So do I just put a pond... Like, I might just lower the ground here. One thing I kind of debate is, with this kind of map, you would expect there to be, like, a lot of, like, caves and, like, ruins and all kinds of stuff on, like, the edges of town. So, like, I don't know, having, like, a weird, like... There's so many waterfalls, I've got to add a secret behind one of them, right? That's the rule! This world is based on fantasy tropes. Ah, crud. It's the law. It's not even a rule, it's a law. It has been codified. But I could have, like, some of these, odd-looking, I could have some of these odd-looking spots sort of be explained away as, or, like, again, I have this issue where some of the, like, ponds and lakes are really small compared to their sources of water, it feels like. And it's just like, can I just explain away that problem with large underwater, like, cave systems or something? Will you find if you not have a secret behind at least one waterfall? Now, do I get, tax benefits if I include multiple? Because that's, very important. Up that. Just see how it goes. Okay. If I open my window right now, you'd be able to hear one of the vehicles I was complaining about. Vroom, vroom. See, that's the awkward part with me, like, being annoyed by people that, like, rev their engines and whatnot. In the end, it's not that many people. It's just the people that do it, or do it enough that it's obnoxious. It's hard to say, like, when I was talking earlier, it's just like the sort of, like, living in the city versus, like, this area specifically being chill, so it's not like my problems aren't actually that bad. It's one of those, like, silly parts of it where, again, we used to live near a drag strip. So, in reality, it feels more like the drag strip followed us than it being like a new problem. I guess, if that makes any sense. And that's the one thing. Being on the 3rd floor, I have to remember that there was one, like, notable silliness. Before I moved out into Dan's shed for a while, maybe even a little bit then, that was one of those things where it's just like, yeah, living in the country, depending on where you live, because I say we lived in the country, but we also lived off of, like, a somewhat major route in the area, so we did still get a lot of the negatives of living near a city. And so that and the drag strip combined ends up with this, like, situation where, when I was living at the front of the house, it was actually kind of insane. The sheer amount of noise of just, like... Yeah, some of those people just going down the street, like, with their muscle cars or whatever. Just waking you up at, like, 2 a.m. Well, more like 4 a.m. I usually am still awake. Around 2. But, oh gosh. Relative to my old sleep schedule, I guess I'm now awake up to, like, 3? Just because time zone difference? So, am I awake technically earlier? I forget, like, I don't know which corner, some people online, like, you limb and everything, so it's just like, am I up earlier now? But also, I'm not sure, because at the same time, I think I've been talking, like, later? I don't know. Who am I? Maybe I'll fix my sleep schedule one day. Nah. Oh yeah, I was gonna take that BRB, 1 second. Oh gosh, that's still broken as well. Why is everything broken?
Oh, it's hot in here.
I don't know why I decided to eat the driest snack in the world before returning. I will say that is one little downside that I still find unfortunate as a streamer. I wanted central air. It's like one of the most petty little things of just like reason not to stay forever. Ah, come on. See, one thing I'm not doing here is I definitely, like... There should be more implied erosion, where everything is, like, bent around where the water has been eroding. Whereas I'm kind of just putting, like, the water feels too fresh in a weird way. It's really, really hard to make, like, water mechanics look realistic. Just in video games in general. But, like, I guess in a regular video game, you can technically just mesh, like, model the mesh however you want it. You don't have to, like, work with this kind of mechanic system. So it makes the push and pull of it all a little easier, I think. The heck? Also, funny constant. Patience is a virtue. There's never a reason for us to buy TVs. So when we moved here, we had one specific issue we've been dealing with that slightly has been bothering me. I say slightly as if it hasn't been a continuous issue. As we've been watching things like anime and whatnot. Nope. As we've been watching things like anime, the hello? There we go. The TV has a stutter. I think it's been electrical interference. And we'll find out for sure here now that he's been in the other room setting it up the rest of the way. Because I tested it earlier and it didn't seem to have the stutter. So if it has the stutter again, something else bizarre is going on that we have to figure out. But I don't think it's gonna have the stutter. It shouldn't. If it does, that would be weird. But I swear I tested the HDMI somehow, but maybe not. But anyway, yeah, so somebody, I guess, must have just been replacing their TV. It's always like this for us, where inevitably there's just a random TV where somebody's just like, yep, nope, I'm getting rid of it. And they're always still good. Like, this one is a 1080p, I think it's even 60 hertz and everything properly. I just don't see anything wrong with it, personally. It seems to work fine. So it's just kind of weird to me, I don't know, people just get rid of TVs all the time. See, that's the funny part for me is, I guess we've always gotten really, really lucky with not even having to pay anybody for them. That's really weird looking. Huh. I thought there was in-game music for a second. Yeah, we get weirdly lucky with never really even having to pay for them, just because, like, this one was just sitting out in, like, this little lobby area that the, apartment has. Just with a little sign, it's just like, well, it still works, it's still good, it's just old. And I mean, it might be something like 10 years old, but I guess that's funny. The funny thing is the TV we were replacing was probably older than that. And I know inevitably there's always the risk that this one will end up having the same general issues. But should last plenty long. I might be picky enough to complain about, like, petty little things like the, the stutter that we were having, but I guess I'm not petty enough to care about even smaller details or something. That got a little weird. Holy moly, it made the entire thing instantaneously thick. This one doesn't need a lot of work. Oh my gosh. I was really hoping I'd be done with manual, like, work on these. But, yeah, free stuff. Yippee! I think the previous, like, really good TV we had, that we left behind... Man, this looks like a lot of water's coming out of this little tiny area. Oh, maybe I could, widen that a little, or something. Just make it a little bit more believable what's going on here. I think that one was technically dead, the last TV. But, the parts to fix it were, like, reasonable enough priced that we just kind of went with it. I think it was still, like, maybe a couple $100, but it was, like, a crazy good 4K TV. Pretty dang big. I forget if it was, like, $200. That might have actually been cheaper. It may have been something else that was... I don't know. Or was that one even broken? I don't remember anymore. Again, I wish I could remember. I swear I had a method for making water smooth. I mean, I really wish there was just a tool, and maybe there is some kind of thing, but, maybe the script brush could make it, like, could be used to make a tool that spreads water out or something. But, like, just barely spreads it out. You know, I never got that Animal Crossing DLC. That actually looked really fun. The one where you, like, make vacation homes, or whatever it was. I have simple interests. It's one thing I've been thinking about with, well, I've been thinking about my life a lot lately, just because, you know, with all the change and everything, there's also been, like, you know, how much do I, as a person, need to change? I'm sociable in some ways, in other ways, I think I must be a somewhat boring person. Like, I guess in my head, I just figure there are specific limits before a person realizes, this guy knows how to talk to people, but does he, like, does he do anything? I have become a very docile individual in some ways. And part of my problem is, the sort of, oh no, I'm still single. Oh no, how do I fix that? How do meet people? How do present personality as interesting? I feel like I would have to go through quite a heavy amount of trial and error with it, just because of the whole, like, finding what social groups would actually find me as interesting to, like, talk with and do stuff with, just because it's just, like, finding guy friends wouldn't be very difficult, but I know because of, unfortunately, some of the ways things are, getting, like, more girlfriends is difficult, and thus, eventually finding somebody that would be interested in dating is then, like, an impossibility. Because I know if I just, like, socialized in more, you know, regular social circumstances, there's a lot of trial and error of just, like, oh no, I'm not into, like, sports or going to bars or just any of the other, like, things that anybody that's into that kind of stuff, I feel like, has a lot easier time, because it's a very easy set of third places to, like, pick from. Also, just the issue of money will always be, like, just, like, oh yeah, everything gets easier if I just... Maybe that's why I need, like, an income. I don't think, you know... I don't think somebody would mind if one is boring in some ways, if at the same time, you know, you can take them out to dinner or go to a movie or, you know, all the other basic things. Or be able to afford a hobby that increases the meeting of the people. It would be short-sighted for me to blame society for this issue. It's very much a me issue. Like, it would be short-sighted to be like, oh, back in the day, you probably didn't have to spend so much to meet people. No. I think spending resources has always been an aspect of social interaction. Nothing is truly free in this life. Where am I going with this piece of the water? water. Get waterboarded. Whoa. See, that was where I was thinking, like, earlier, just, like, even just making more friends again, or like, diversifying my social interactions a little bit again. One of my, like, weird things is, like, I feel like I should be... What am I doing here? With my streaming, I've realized, like, I feel like a lot of the people that are having, like, a really, really fun time streaming are doing, like, a lot more of, like, the social games and everything. Or just, you know, collaborations or whatever else you would consider half of this stuff. But even that kind of, like, level of, like, streaming as part of, like, my hobby and everything, and wanting to, like, maybe do a bit different with what I've been streaming, I'm kind of at a loss because all of, like, the social gaming stuff, quite a lot of it, unless you, like, pick a specific game and put all of your, eggs in one basket for that, like, you end up having to buy quite a few different games, to sort of keep up with it all. Which that becomes more of, like, an issue where it's just like, yeah, having like a friend group with, like, a specific game you're into, is well and good. But the sort of, like, having a streamer friend group, I don't know, it feels like quite an undertaking to actually manage. It's just like, do I want that? Do I not want it? Or have I just become too opposed to any amount of friction? See, that's my problem, is I feel like I've become too resistant to social friction, I guess, is a weird way to put it. Which, not to say, like, drama. Not that kind of friction by any means. Or I should say, I'm not looking to get into drama. That's definitely not the kind of friction I'm going for here. But just maybe more on the... You have to put effort into having friends, and, I haven't done that for a while, and now maybe I'm, seeing the consequences. The part of my problem is also, self-sabotage. Where I like to spend my time doing useless stuff like this. Essentially playing virtual rock garden. And not instead spending this time on things such as educational materials, where, perhaps there is some level of awkwardness recently of, I just really, really struggle with learning. I think this has been a constant since I was young. It's much easier to talk about wanting to learn something than to actually do it, and I mean, that's an obvious thing. But that does very much result in a sort of going in circles and never actually committing to it kind of issue. Oh gosh. entirely know why Minecraft's been doing that. But this specifically puts me in the very stupid situation of I quite enjoy talking to smarter people. I quite am not... I can't even speak correctly. But at the same time, I am not keeping up with complex conversations. Like, again, the advanced mathematics the eyes have and everything. I would like to keep up with these conversations better. I am not succeeding. And it only seems to get worse as the eyes get more complicated. Which, you know, the Noida eye thing is just like one example. There's other topics that are interesting, but that one has been a recent like example of just like, the groups I like to socialize with are not the groups I can keep up with mentally. But luckily, I guess a lot of people like yourself, for instance, are decently patient with keeping the village idiot around. No, not groups! No more groups! I do find it somewhat funny because, like, I do... So he's the only idiot in the village. You see, my thing is, there is definitely, like, a pretty heavy, like... See, you almost can't, like, say, like, it's an imposter syndrome thing. It's very much a very specific, messy issue of, like... Oh, man. That's probably fine. There's a very specific, messy issue of... It feels pretty accurate to, say it's, like, imposter syndrome. But then there's also the aspect of, like, can one judge their own, like, imposterization, like... I don't know, man. Where am I going with this? The issue is that, like... When you're somebody that can very much and very effectively just let other people talk, and just kind of listen to their spiel, you can very easily come out the other end not understanding anything you just read. But this, like, gets you, like, another step or two deeper into the, oh no, the next spiel is gonna be even more complicated, and the moment you speak up asking a question is just going to, like, remind everybody, oh, he's, like, 5 conversations behind on actually understanding any of this. So, like, I think the weird, imposter syndrome-esque thing, I get, like, a weird anxiety that because maybe I don't speak up enough about, like, which is, it results in me overcompensating by talking about this repeatedly forever and just reminding people I think I'm an idiot. So it's just like, I don't know, it's a back and forth thing of, like, I feel like if I'm not careful, I just feel like I get stuck in a weird social situation where other people would, like... What's the best way to put this? See, it's a social gathering, so the stakes are much lower, but it feels similar to, faking your, faking your skills, I guess. Like, it almost feels like you're going through the process of, like, fake it till you make it, kind of like getting way in over your head with stuff that you don't understand. But it's just like, you're just kind of socializing with a group. I know at the very least it feels like it would be very easy to act like I keep up with all of this and sort of like come off as like a what would you describe the kind of person that sort of acts like they know everything, but it's kind of adjacent to what the Dunning-Kruger effect I think is supposed to be like talking about. But that kind of like, I don't know. I think I have way too much of a paranoia that just like being, I don't know, maybe it's just the fish out of water feeling of just like being in a group where you very much are just out of your league. I bet this is what dating somebody that's in a different wealth class than you feels like. Ah! I mean, in the context of the eyes, I think I can visualize some of these concepts pretty well, but I am definitely missing some fundamentals, and like, you gave me that diagram thing, like, oh my gosh, like, lately I'm like, oh, this is interesting, these, like, things that are weirdly expressed through groups, but I have no idea what sort of mathematics you're talking about. Which is always, like, for me, it's always the funny thing, because there is a coin flip between whether any given subject that you're talking about would be expected of somebody that's 3 years into college, or, like, should have learned in middle school. The specific things that I missed my, I guess, algebra education and such in calculus. It's a very, very, like, some things I'm surprised I know about, some things it's a surprise I don't know about. I just find, see, for me, if anything, I just find it actually depressing that I'm still probably, like, up there in terms of, like, level of knowledge on like, a lot of these topics that you've been talking about, and a lot of the, just, like, knowledge needed to understand everything. Because if I'm, like, in the 1%, then, like, we're doomed, man. We're doomed. Doomed. Like, I do find it somewhat awkward. Occasionally somebody will come in that clearly understands things like group theory or has, like, a decently higher, like, education in certain ways, but getting them to stick around seems difficult. It's like I'm happy every time I see you have, like, 1 or 2, like, actually nice conversations with somebody that's just, like, popped in or whatever. I'm realizing I like plateaus. But then there's a couple of the people that I guess arguably used to be more relevant, is a weird way to put it. Used to be more relevant. And, like, obviously are still very knowledgeable. But they just don't seem very, interested, I guess? In, like, digging with you and Smiler. I just always feel bad that it always feels like it's just you and Smiler left. I mean, at least that means if you guys actually crack it before, like, either I get off my butt and catch up on actually understanding any of this, or, like, somebody else, or other people finally catch on, at least it means you two can take quite a lot of the credit. I mean, that's the thing I'd think. If it ever gets solved, which I will admit, not confident. That's the bad part. I'm just like, oh man, I'm confident in the two of your skills. I'm just not 100% confident that any amount of skill makes much of a difference. Is this just like, we just need like MIT, like, team of 100 geniuses to invent a new solution or something. New math invented. But yeah, like, if there's ever, an actual, like, history of how it was solved, it's actually ridiculous the more I think just how much it's just, like, the name Lim is from beginning to end. They weren't called Lim's patterns for nothing back in the day. The eyes need solved to liberate Lim from hell. They're at their limit. Some actual just regular springs. Help me. Right now I feel strung between like several different things I want to be doing. I don't know where my days go. That's the one thing. Like, if there's one aspect of life that I just like, I wish I knew for certain I could blame something like depression. Because it's just like, it does sometimes feel like the day starts and then just ends on me. Like, where does the time go? And I don't really think it's anything like, I don't even really feel like I browse social media or do too much. There really is just a feeling that any individual task I'm doing, anybody else could do 10 times faster. I just ran out of music. I don't know why I keep sticking with like 2 springs coming out of the mountains. So I don't know whether I want like somewhere like in here could be cool. Here, let's do Stardew Valley music. 30 minutes will cover the rest of the stream. But yeah, it's like, sometimes I wonder, just like, yeah, do I need to just fix myself? I don't know. Journaling, what I did is force myself to think through what I'm doing each day. At some point, I start asking myself, what one thing will I do today to be sure I did something useful? I mean, it's also awkward because, like, when people have, like, full-time jobs, it's a lot easier to argue. It was just, like, how does anybody balance anything? I think that's one of those reasons why just, like, getting a regular job again would just, like, it freaks me out just on the premise of, like, I don't know whether that would speed me up in terms of like getting my momentum going, or whether that would take what's left of my time and I would just never be able to be productive again on anything I want to do. Because, yeah, like, right now, it's just, like, I keep feeling bad that I just keep putting off touching the script that I keep talking about with the eye stuff. But then it's just like, well, there's other things I should probably be doing instead. And then there's things that's just, like, they're not exactly usual, like, responsibility items, but they still feel like I should probably do that first. Like, one of the things kind of sitting on my desktop right now is my dad wrote a book. He wants my opinion on it. And I'm like, okay. And I mean, it, you know, 60,000 words, 170 pages. It's not like the heftiest book in the world. I was curious. I compared it. It's like, you know, the size of something like The Hobbit. Not like the biggest thing. But also not nothing. And I was gonna start reading that last night, oddly enough, but that's where it's like the sense of like any given task, it feels like anybody could do faster. Sometimes I feel bad about like how long it takes me to do game development, because other developers make it seem like they go at like hyper speed. But then I'm also not really sure, how do I mean, I would have to accept making a worse product, because even doing something last night to speed up my workflow, even doing that just took me the entire evening to finish. And so I kind of finished it and went to bed. Though, I guess also that's kind of the doom of, I like to talk to people, and I think that's where a lot of my time ends up vanishing off to. But then I'm talking about wanting to, socialize more. So, like, how do I balance that, where it's just like, if I'm already letting, like, talking with even just Lim or you, Gold, like, it's just like, oh, hours of the day gone. Can I really fit more people in? Which, I mean, considering I was like, oh, I want to socialize more, I definitely would not like to filter out those that I already talked to, so that would be dumb. Yeah, I think that is, there is some level of, it's nice when people understand, like, personal limits and whatnot. Because I think some of these anxieties kind of feel like they come from just living in this modern world. I do think just the modern world is, like, kind of insane. Like, sometimes I just think about the type of stuff that you would keep busy with back in the day. Where it's just like, you would be spending most of your day doing productive stuff, but each individual task could be kind of done somewhat slowly. Sort of. There was a different pace to it all. Which it's ironic, because it feels like the modern day is we're all moving at hyperspeed and doing a fraction of, like, the amount of actual productive work. Something went wrong is just kind of what flows through my head a lot. Like, productivity is at an all-time high, but also there's somehow like 1,000 jobs that don't do anything. Well, 1,000 jobs that are like made up problems. Companies trying to get their slice of the pie kind of stuff. Hyperspeed, burning yourself out puts you behind, even if it looked necessary in the moment. Yeah, I remember there was a short period of time where I would say I was actually very productive, but I think it just did lead to a long-term burnout. Also, yeah, I guess in the realm of made-up problems, just the existence of, like, call centers, and, I mean, a lot of those jobs have moved out into, like, foreign countries, but just, like, a lot of what the call centers are actually doing, you've got, like, an amount of them that are actually, like, useful, but then the amount of them that just exist to basically put out spam calls. And then all of the people that work in insurance, where their entire job is unfortunately to be the messenger that gets shot for the companies not wanting to pay out, or just any of that kind of stuff, where it's just like, ironically, there would be a lot more, or a lot less jobs in certain things if companies weren't being greedy. Which says something sad to me, that paying workers to do, like, you know, insurance adjustment and whatnot is, like, cheaper than paying out the insurance stuff. There's a whole realm of just, like, how much are we actually... how much are these corporations actually saving? And then in every given bubble, like, AI is still just one of those kind of goofy things to me. For every, it feels like for every job with AI, there are like 10 jobs of of people. Sorry, I'm just thinking, Lim, because you work with it and you deal with this all the time, and it really is like for everything that you do that's actually like useful with AI, you have some other like company or whatever else trying to undo the work. Like again, we talk about like just like all those like little things, like why are you trying to get one of the major models to do something that a well-designed like custom model would do better? And it's just like, maybe we don't need big corporations. Maybe all the small ones are where all the productivity is at. Or maybe not small ones, but like, how many middle managers down do all of these situations end up? As the sort of explanation of where we get all these bad decisions. But like, I think that's sort of like the maybe where my brain was going with these thoughts. Do with a few lines of code deterministically, for some reason being done with an L. Again, math. Any time math. Any math. Math is like, it is the math box. Let the math box do math. Don't make the math box speak math. That is actually the really funny thing is you would have to describe it as the computer is trying to speak math. Ah, crud, messed up. I don't like the end of this, like, river head is just not satisfying me. Am I doing something weird? Doesn't feel like it's trying to fill it in as good as before. See, maybe that's why computers or language models aren't good at math. It's that same thing of like the concept of how do you say parentheses out loud, but in the typing equivalent of how do you guess the next number? Man, it almost is like trying to get somebody to memorize as big of a multiplication table as possible. Also, obviously, part of what we discussed before is it's funny because the deterministic option is so much better that it just getting the AI to output a script is just the better solution. Yeah, he's a big boy that doesn't need the Python script. That's the biggest insult to injury of a lot of tech bubble stuff. It's not really generating value. But it is, like, generating stock market value. Which feels more like it's trying to transfer wealth out of people's, retirement funds. But it's also, like, the way this all works is also trying to generate the retirement funds, but then, like, where is the money coming from? The fact that our retirement funds are built around investing into the stock market really is, like, the money equivalent of, like, Americans will do anything but use metric. It is the, humans will do anything but social programs. Anything but socialism. Yeah, the low-hanging fruit, which again, that's where, like, that's where I was bringing up, you know, you're kind of used to working with these things. With the torture of both working with them in useful ways and dealing with people that maybe don't quite understand what the word useful means. Best option they can figure out is gambling your savings. I agree with the read file error. Is it just me, or does this place look like it would be a good spot for a pond? Oh wait, that's not the right option. But yeah, it really is just like a frustration of like people constantly chasing shinies and making us waste all our time helping. But oh yeah, well, part of the point I was going to make earlier though of how it feels like it's like a very heavy hustle and bustle life. This is something I feel like I've dealt with a little bit working on projects and like game projects and whatnot and game engines is working in the tech world is going to constantly make a person feel like they're falling behind. I think that's just like unfortunately fundamental to working with it, just because everybody else is like chasing the dragon or whatever, I don't know. Of like what's the new big tech. And so like with game development, you know, it kind of is bad as like an indie game developer. You're competing with all of the other like indie game developers, including the like ones that are making games you like. But yeah, as the tools got better, there's like kind of too many of us now. And it is really interesting. The addition of improved tools, I would say, produces an effect where when you lower the barrier to entry, you get people in that maybe never would have worked on things before at the difficulty that they used to be, which is both like good because there are people whose art skills or ability to express their desires it just wasn't viable before. But then you get such an amount of like, you really are up against so many like uninspired things that it's hard to like stand out in the market, I guess. And you know, it's where I kind of understand funny enough where some artists get like really particular about AI imagery, because I guess it's just like in the art community you don't really have to deal with that as much. You might get like a new digital art program or something that has some like new brushes or tools or whatever, but unlike like if you're making like a 3D video game, for instance, you're constantly like there is like an arms race of like everybody else. If you don't keep up, then everybody else is like producing stuff way faster than you, is kind of the feeling. Because like, for instance, you know, every Blender update, there's something new that gets updated into the workflow. Or one of the things that kind of has always kind of been a thing is some level of pay for tools that are like better than just using like the free options or whatever, or you know, just toolkits and all kinds of things just have always existed for development, where, you know, if you don't do that, then you're kind of unable to keep up with what everybody else is doing. So there is some like weird aspect of like, you almost get used to being beaten down by just like there being constant new things to worry about. And so like for artists, I feel like AI was probably the first real instance in a while that I guess they got to experience that similar effect of like, there is now something that floods like the market is higher competition flooded now. In some ways, you know, it's a little different. It's almost more comparable to maybe tools that make production of like shovelware easier, but kind of in a similar vein of things. think what to do with the terrain here. Well, that's the one thing I will say. Just back to the complaints about loud cars. I don't think it would be too bad, but there is at least 1 or 2 people who I'm thinking probably on purpose, just because of how notable it is. And I think one of them, their car looks fancy already, so it's not like it's like a rundown car. I guess they just want to be the loudest, most obnoxious people physically possible. It backfires. And it just... Sometimes it's just like... Bam, bam, like gunshots almost. But obviously it's not like that similar to gunshots. But it's just enough that it's just like, dude, really? It's worse when it's like at night. And it's just like, you're doing this while people are trying to sleep? It makes me glad I'm actually a night owl, because I think I would get really frustrated hearing all of that. Should just get my binoculars out and, because they oftentimes park in the, parking lot of the gas station that we can see from our apartment. I should get my binoculars out and see about, whether putting an anonymous report of a noise nuisance would work. You know that, how you have that motivation of wanting to accomplish something and having a lasting effect on the world? That's what these people think too. They think they're helping by showing people how loud they can be. They're just misguided. It might not be a lasting effect on the world, but I definitely see, that's the thing. Psychologically, I kind of understand. A lot of people struggle with at least the general vibe of like, they want to have some amount of control and some amount of attention. In whatever pitiful lives they have. I mean, what? And, you know, some of them, at least, you know, the ones that get together and they show their cars off to each other. You know, they're trying to be part of a social group, but, a lot of people feel very diminished in this world. Unfortunately, yeah, that desire to have an impact can kind of be a factor. I would say at the point where you're trying to make as much noise as possible late at night, your way of affecting the world and your sort of interest in that is leaning more towards the kind of logic that a lot of bullies fall into. And then there's some people that are simply sociopaths. Which I'm still not entirely sure, because the internet seems to be having a very heavy debate on whether that word is, like, useful anymore. And I have no idea what's going on with that, because I feel like maybe my definition is off. Because I thought, like, the sort of difference there was that, like, psychopaths simply didn't really, like, understand others' emotions, where sociopaths also have, like, a level of, like, really low impulse control. But now these days people rope sociopath is like being related to like an antisocial disorder, and I'm not sure what words mean anymore. Though it also feels like getting the definition changed in the social world is a thing a sociopath would want. I mean, what now? Huh? But crazy's different. There are kinds of crazy. See, I do find it kind of interesting just thinking of that real quick, because I guess I am one of those people that does get very interested in the concept of like environmental conditioning. In terms of like, I do think quite a lot of like mental conditions and whatnot can both be things that are like you're born with it, but also like I think quite a lot of things, it really is just like you grew up in a situation and now you basically have trauma. Heck, I mean, there's all this discussion of like what causes autism. It seems so common now, and I really do think quite a lot of autism and social issues do stem from current state of society. Probably is just kind of building it in people a little bit more often than it might have used to, just because we're somehow like more connected than ever and less social than ever in a weird kind of way. It's kind of like how you learn language a lot easier when you're a kid. I think you learn a lot of social skills a lot easier when you're a kid. But kids aren't allowed outside anymore, so they're not learning? I don't know. Something like that's probably happening, but then instead we put maniacs in charge of the government, and they're probably going to say it's vaccines because they're stupid or something. But so it gets really interesting for me because it, like, something like the more extreme ones, like psychopath stuff or whatever, it makes you think to yourself, is this something that a person could just develop through, like, lifestyle, like, or how they were raised, or whatever else, or is this specifically too much? Because I feel like unfortunately, if the baseline, like, concepts for something like a psychopath, for instance, is just kind of it's more intertwined with like lack of empathy kind of stuff, or inability to like properly empathize with people, or sort of see their perspectives, or whatever else would be like the core like way you would break down like what it is. I could see it becoming more common with people just not teaching their kids to empathize properly. Because I would say our current point in history is a very contrasted one, where you have people that are incredibly overly empathetic to the point where, like, just almost the awareness of other people having difficulties is causing that person, like, maybe not quite trauma, though maybe a little bit, but very heavy distress in their life, and disrupting their life a bit. which is just like, I mean, at least, you know, at least they're able to put themselves in somebody else's shoes. But at the same time, you have, like, the other contrasting side of things where there really are just people that just absolutely do not care for others at all. Every man for themselves is almost like the big way a lot of people act these days. So it's an interesting contrast to me, because it's just like, I don't know. Maybe that, like, if I had to break this down further, if I had to break down where I feel like current society is, considering we were talking about things like, life being, like, you've either got, like, people like me that seem to struggle with keeping up any pace, and then, like, other people that are just living the fast lane. I don't think... I feel like the issue is, like, modern life just doesn't have balance. We're a very disbalanced society right now. At least here in America. Though I feel like some of these problems do extend out to what I hear about other areas these days. Everybody wants to punch each other. So, I have one little problem while designing mountains in Minecraft right now. On one end, I understand that it's very nice to have varied terrain, like, you know, like, try to think of the geology of the area you're working on, and like, maybe this mountain is made of a different material than, like, mountains over, like, that way and whatnot, and try to shape it differently based on different ideas of what you want to do, just to have some, like, varied locations and whatnot. So yeah, very, very important to consider, you know, varying your terrain a bit, and you know, giving different areas unique looks, just to make the world feel a little bit more interesting. On the other end, I freaking love making these little cliffs. How am I supposed to not put them everywhere? I don't know, they're just like, they're neat. I just think they're neat. I could make the mountains over this way more consistently plateau, with less pointed or rounded tops. I'm debating though, like, are these ones okay, or are they not rounded enough? I think part of it, too, is previously with the tools I had before, making cliffs like this weren't entirely that easy. They took, like, a bunch of process, and this just... Unlike the water, where I'm, like, having issues of just, like, oh, I want water, I want waterfalls, but I don't have, like, the tools for them. This is just, like, this tool does exactly what I want with these settings, and I love it. Eventually, my stream won't just be the color gray. Yeah, working on cliffs better than working on rivers for sure. Which I hate that the rivers take longer, so I end up spending a lot of time working on them when I really don't care for it that much. I like the results once the rivers are done. It is nice to, like, have the satisfying results, but, Maybe the rivers themselves, not so fun to work on. Also, of course, with all these topics, I do find it interesting that man fundamentally seems to have a survival instinct problem. Where we will absolutely destroy ourselves if given the ability to spend all our time doing art. Like, it really is like a weird gateway drug of just, like, unproductivity. The oddity of art, because once you start doing art, it's hard to have desire to just do other mundane things again. To the point where it feels like, and this might be one of my weird problems in life, you would rather, like in the back of your head, you would rather just keep doing it until you are destitute, rather than convince yourself to stop. Now, my problem is, I have enablers. I mean, what? I probably should just be, like, poor or homeless or whatnot with my behavior. I don't know why you and Dan decided to put up with me. Which is, I think, where some of my personal guilt comes from, is the sort of, like, I'm not even productive with the, like, art that I do. It's like, oh... all the time in the world and not doing it. And not making use of it. Too much. Put that down. Maybe put that down. I think it's a bit deep, but I think that's fine. It's not that deep, bro. But yeah, so I think my other thing too, just as like very common issue a lot of other people I think can relate to. I need to get out of the infinite loop of, oh no, I have too many things that I want to be doing. I am now stun locked. Because that just results in me doing like the easiest but maybe less important things or whatever. Now it's not too bad. Because, like, these last few days I was working on, like, textures and modeling and whatnot. So it's just like, that's productive. But, at the same time... also, this last week I can't really be that mad. I was sick, like, last weekend. And then I was hit with, like, the world's worst allergies. Which I might as well have been sick for, like, over a week because of the allergies that hit me afterward. I think my immune system... I think my immune system must have lowered after getting sick or something. Because those allergies were apocalyptically bad. Like, holy moly, dude. I don't think I actually have had allergies that bad, since I had initially moved into the previous house, I think. That was pretty bad when I moved into there. But, I think that's actually one of the reasons why I immediately was conditioned into disliking that previous house. Is I spent, like, the first few weeks there essentially just sick with allergies. Whatever was there, I got used to it eventually, but initially it was like I was completely allergic to that house. Now, I will say, unfortunately, it might have been some of the same allergies of what got me here. I'm not sure if it was a pollen thing. I think it could be that the people that lived in this apartment before us, I have a hunch they also had dogs. And I know you had all the stuff that you brought was kind of covered in dog hair. It was having me stuffy before, but I think, like, something might have thrown me over the edge. Because, I realized, unless it's just this chair, though there was, like, hair around the house that made me think, unless somehow the dog hair from your stuff just spread over literally everything. I swear there was dog hair here, and a lot of people in this apartment building have dogs, so it wouldn't be surprising. My room, I'm like, what's that smell? And I realized my room smelled like dog. And I only really noticed it when I was having the allergy attack. So it's like I became hypersensitive to it or something. That was just weird, to be honest, that whole week. Not the biggest fan of this river right now, but whatever. Again, I thought I had a faster way of doing this. The poor bot. If I have a million things that need to be done, I'll probably get none of them done. If I have one thing that needs to be done today, I'm much more likely to get just the one thing done. Yeah. I'm a bit of allergy stuff you guys are going through. She thinks that because your trip was so fast, it was really high stress and left your immune systems weak. We were good for the first few weeks, I feel. Though, again, the allergy thing was very specific to me. Dan's cough, I think he's finally getting better from that. He said today that he had, like, a very notable amount of phlegm finally come out. His cough, like, because as you probably noticed from the cold that we had, he ended up with more, like a worse cough than I did. I haven't really had a cough. And I'm thinking it's because, unfortunately, it's because employment. Having to talk with customers and whatnot a lot more, I think just did him in. Whereas I didn't get the cough, but I had that, just allergies. I think it's kind of two different things happened. Did this soundtrack always just have an infinite amount of baby birds? I think it's the spring music has baby birds. Yeah, bot has allergies. No keeping it secret. Well, if my allergies come back, you know what the secret is. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I am, like, slightly allergic at least to your dog. And I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but now I'm realizing, oh, as a child, I really must have not remembered being miserable. Because, I remember being kind of sad that we, got rid of our dog that we had growing up. And I think I was always told that it was because I had allergies to it. I think I might just not deal with dog hair very well. If my parents were willing to get rid of, like, the family dog over it or something at one point. Get rid of sounds very harsh. Of course, now that I'm talking about all this, I'm giving myself a cough. I think I made this river too big again. Oh well. Oh, you know what? My throat's dry. I'm allergic to even talking about dogs. Yeah, thinking about them. No puppers for you. Which, yeah, this might be another reason why, like, maybe it's best for me to be like, no pets. They're nice and all, but apparently I have specific problems. Which, yeah, that's where I'm like, was the issue I had before related to, moving into that house and having, like, pollen? Or was I just allergic to a dog that had been there before? I think I had a good waterfall here before and I had to get rid of it. Much like the family dog. I think I was re-topologizing. Topologizing. I'm so sorry, your shape is bad. Are you allergic to waterfalls too? So, have we established that you're stressed by everything, and I'm allergic to everything? Oh no, I'm allergic to people who are stressed! Gold, no! It's over. Funny enough, I wonder if this is another reason I liked crabs growing up. I don't have a shellfish allergy. And, they're not exactly fuzzy creatures. Though it does slightly make me wonder to myself, was my hamster killing me? No, I said I don't have a shellfish allergy. I was saying maybe this is why I liked crabs, is, they weren't killing me. I do seem to have a tree nut allergy, though. Though, I'm not entirely sure if it's like... So there's apparently 2 types of tree nut allergies you can get. And one is more of a, pollen allergy level. It's kind of one of those messed up things where it's just like, part of your brain doesn't want to, like, take the risk of finding out without just going to the doctor kind of thing. And by the part of your brain does that, I mean the smart part of your brain that doesn't want to die, But, luckily the allergies aren't that bad. I do wish I didn't have one, but I think that comes with the territory of having one. Too much. Too much! I might adjust the shape of these cliffs. That's the other reason why this kind of Minecraft is maybe not the best for, like, conversation sometimes. Is, when I get into, like, weird concentration mode where I'm, like, leaning in towards the screen to, like, see something and just get the details right. To some extent, some parts of this are kind of accurate to how valleys are, where you have, like, not that big of a river carving it out. But dear goodness, this does not look great. Okay, actually, we're not using water sources here. That's a bad idea. We're simply using the same annoying trick that I have to do 1,000 times over to get the water to spread out. Whoa, 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 the game just, like, lagged and just suddenly water. What the heck was that? I'm sorry, but that would be like one of those weird cases where then I would look back on stream and it didn't do that, and you all saw it, and am I teleporting through time? I'm starting to think the bird ambience was added to this. I do not remember there being this prevalent an amount of birds in the soundtrack for this game. Oh right, that reminds me, Lim. You said you played the Stardew Valley for a little while? The real question is, did you get far enough where the game feels like you can kind of just do your own thing? Or were you still in the part of the game where, at least for me, it was like, oh no, I'm stressed. I don't know, the beginning of the game is really weird because I feel like, it makes you feel like every hour counts. And then, like, the further in you get, the more you're like, it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, I just realized we've been going for over 4 hours, and I just kind of let this, like, take over my life. In other words, clearly I need to be streaming twice a week, because I have plenty to talk to. Or talk about. Maybe I'll try to get back into doing, Fridays and Saturdays, but we'll see, because a lot of this will depend more so on me, Dan, and Kyle all sort of planning out our weeks together. See, my thing is, I like to do things with Dan, but Dan's work schedule isn't consistent right now. Like, it's kind of all over the place. It just feels off. Again, Minecraft waterfalls are just weird. Yeah, that's generally the vibe of the early game is just like... I guess for me it was kind of stressful. Just like... I guess probably for the same things I've been talking about today, where it's just like... that impending feeling of just like, if I don't get enough done... Oh. I should probably leave it here. It's just like, part of me wants to finish this river a bit, but part of me is like... I mean, it's probably not that much work, right? Famous last words. Right, maybe that should be one of my things tonight. Like, again, I guess this is where, like, me just actually talking about the things that it's just like, what do you even have to do in a day? It's like, yeah, okay, so I want to finish that I script at some point, but, you know. What time do I award that? What day do I award that? But, there's penalty for not getting something done on a particular day. Yeah, I guess I can't remember how early I stumbled upon things like, I forget when the game's like, oh yeah, after such and such amount of times, or such and such amount of time, your grandpa will, like, come back from the grave to judge you. I mean, what? There's like, that doesn't really matter very much, to be honest. But I think it was the community center, I think, might have gotten me into that sort of mentality. Because the community center has, like, a lot of these little tasks that, you can only really do certain times a year, and I was just trying to kind of get a lot done. I think the realization I had is that, to get a decent score, which, that's the thing, the score or whatever doesn't really, nothing matters. You're just kind of chilling. I didn't even really care about it, to be honest, that much, but I still, like, in my brain was just, like, wasn't sure when I would come back to the game again for another playthrough. Because the playthrough I'm doing, like, if I come back to that on stream, I'm on my first playthrough still. It's still the same one after all this time. So, like, very much, like, the sort of end game score whatever thing is not something I will see again for a very long time, I feel. But also, yeah, there's a lot of events that just happen every year in the game, and maybe it wasn't entirely clear to me back then that, I'd have a chance to do a bunch of things over again. But yeah, I gotta read that book, eventually work on the script, I'm still keeping up with the game project stuff. I gotta put this computer together that I keep putting off. That's another thing. Yeah, I gotta fix my bot. I need to figure out, like, there is a spot on my floor that is just a pile of junk that used to be on my desk that is not on my desk now. And, like, I need, like, a table or a desk or something there. Hey, Gold, you got any more furniture that you don't really need? Funny enough, though, I guess if we were to get Gold a desk, a new desk, would his existing one be too big to fit behind me? Because we don't have anywhere else to... Well, actually, wait, no, you were going to put your printer on that. I think. But then I think you have, like, a end table that you might not have a spot for afterward? I don't know. We're playing musical chairs with your tables. I like to imagine every time the bot does that now is just it's sneezing, which I might have said 2 weeks ago when I streamed. Oops. But, see, maybe that's the, this is an example of a case where I feel like the advice of, make it exist and then make it, good doesn't always apply. Because I could technically just make the bot work. Again, but I want to do it right the first time is my problem. Because if I don't do it right the first time, when I go back to do it again, it's going to be more work. But the only thing the bot can talk about right now is the eyes. It can say, "Oh no," maybe one or two other things. And otherwise, like, you can just give it the eyes command, and that'll work. Medieval. There's a joke I want to make about how you can tell that we live kind of, like, near the hospital, but with the city that we're living in, I'm pretty sure all routes lead to the hospital. So I think the ambulance would always be passing by, no matter where. That is still actually one of those funny things for me, is, when living in a rural area, there is some level of, if you hear emergency vehicles going past, you can get some gauge on, like, where they're going, and then, like, why. Because it's, like, you know, especially, kind of depends a little bit on the location of your house, but, there's at least some level of, like, it narrows it down pretty well. But when you're living in a city, like, I have to deprogram my Snoopy, like, nature. Where, like, oh man, yeah, emergency vehicles going past, what are they doing? Or, like, ah, the sound of a helicopter, what's that up to? They're just going somewhere, and I don't know. It's not as... It's like, you get something that's, like... I don't know, it's extra mundane of a thing to just encounter now. I mean, maybe seeing the vehicles a couple times is interesting, but, it's also a little different because, again, now that I don't live there anymore, I think I can be, like, more open about, like, exactly kind of where I lived. We were down the mountain from the underground Pentagon. So, like, there's also a level of, like, helicopters and stuff is just, like, ah, what very interesting military helicopters, could you see, or whatever else. But there was also a level of, like, certain military activity, I guess, of just, like, you know, if you see, like, a set of choppers going off, that are, like, the fancier ones, you kind of know something's going down. I do find it interesting the day that it's just, like... I think I saw several of the things being active that I didn't usually see, and then, I think that was, like, the day, like, then they announced, like, some of their plans for taking aid to Gaza. And that one was just specifically interesting because I guess they were loading up some of those transport planes in, like, a sort of nearby area. I say nearby, but the range and all that could get pretty far. They just happened to, like... See, that's the irony of living in a city, but having less planes pass over your house. Because I guess, like, our house was also just used to be directly under the, like, flight path to DC, almost. It's also really funny talking about it being, like, a rural area, and then, like... It was East Coast, so... Does rural exist truly out there? It's not like out here, that's for sure. If we get a rural place out here, we can see the stars! I'd like to go do that. If we don't get a house out in the country for a while. I know me and you saw the stars at the Grand Canyon and all that, but it makes me want more! Okay, enough block by block work. I think I can actually... that's wrong, that's wrong! Cancel, cancel, get out of here! Don't mind me just making comical mistakes. No, I did it again. Yeah, it was a little cloudy. Plus, the odd thing was, like, the light pollution was still a little worse than you would hope. Because there was, like, a thunderstorm off in the distance, I think. If I recall right. And that was, like, lighting it up a weird amount. And the clouds reflect a lot more light. Plus, the whole thing is the Grand Canyon Village itself isn't completely dark. It's mostly, like, I mean, it's close enough. Like, I'm amazed we walked out to where we did our sightseeing. It was just one of those little roads at the camp, but it's just really funny just because it's just like it was so dark. Even there. But but yeah, we could definitely do better. I just wish that the actual trek down to the bottom of the Grand Canyon wasn't something that slightly terrifies me. It being one of those things where they tell you, okay, you want to be completely prepared. You want, like, way more water than you think you're gonna actually drink. All kinds of supplies and hiking gear. And also, you just have to be in good shape. Which I wouldn't have been confident for that at that time. And definitely not now either. I need to work on myself a bit. Because from what I understand, like, if you're talking, like, the best view, or, like, a very, very unique experience, being at the bottom of the Grand Canyon at night is, like, a whole thing. It's like going there alone, or not alone as in by yourself. Going to the Grand Canyon at all is like, really fun and nice, and you can kind of get similar experiences elsewhere, but, you know, give or take. I want to go to those as well. But then you have, like, oh, you can also enhance that experience further. Grand Canyon Premium Package, which is actually probably something legitimately that just exists, but that, but in a joking tone. Okay, now 30 minutes later than I should have gone. I'm gonna say this part of the map is good. Was I don't think I was making maps yet. That was one of the fun things I did with Will's Island that I guess I just didn't do here, is sort of making the maps as you go. Kind of weird that this kind of comes out over here but doesn't end up in the lake. This ended up being a lot more rivers than I kind of expected to do. I kind of imagine these become, like, okay, if you think the actual ecology of this area, I actually think these little lakes probably dry out a good bit in the summer and become just kind of like little shallower marshlands, and the waterfalls would dry up. Because that's the thing, in fantasy things, waterfalls are always on. The waterfalls are always going. Let's not go swimming down the mountain. That's how your cat girl ends up with trauma. Where is just regular boat? There it is. Oh, okay, that's weird. We'll just call those rapids. Oh, they sink your boat, though. What the heck? Yeah, I imagine a lot of this is like, I guess I'm basically designing a weird pseudo-season version of this map. Where the mountains, oh my gosh, I made that way too high. The mountains probably get, oh no. The mountains probably get very snowy in the winter. And then a lot of this is like snow melt in the spring. Yeah, I'm making good progress on the mountains right now. Maybe next week I'll do some more. But yeah, the weird pseudo season, I guess, is like summer and winter kind of coexisting almost. Because I think I'll put snow tops on the mountains just to kind of get the vibe of it. But everything else isn't really going to be winter. But I wouldn't say these mountains are tall enough to be snow-topped in, like, summer? So I don't know. It's like you're implying the concept more than you're implying the actual, like, weather. Okay, are we getting cafe aesthetic? Okay, it does say it has with farm sounds ambience. Pouring a glass of tea, I guess? I don't know. Sounded more like coffee or something. Foamy. But yeah, maybe next week I'll adjust just little tweaks here or there. I mean, I could get away with... Yeah, 1 second. No, that's not terrain planes, that's the one. Ooh. Is that always so laggy? No, it was just the first time loading it. I feel like I've done... Do you also play on this map? It might not just be this map, because the last time I played, I was actually working on another map. Because it's, I've been doing this a lot, though, lately, admittedly. Yeah, let me finish painting just some of this, just to see how it looks. Some of it will be rocky once I, like, do it for real, but, some of this I'm just painting for now, just to get it, just to get the vibe going. But, so this map is just, like, it's based on a world that I, like, have done, like, little stories with. Not anything published, obviously. It's kind of just my little escapism, I guess you could say. Just that kind of place that you end up thinking about a lot and over-design in your head. And so... yeah, there's, like, a specific locations and things that, that in my head, they have to be, like, certain ways, and so it's kind of interesting, sort of, the back and forth of, like, okay, these details need to be here, but also what makes sense physically, and how much can I flesh out it using Minecraft as a base. Also, yeah, I was talking earlier about, like, oh, maybe I should find, like, an SMP server, or whatever to play with people on, but then there's also the part of, like, maybe I should just figure out how to host a server again. I mean, we were self-hosting before. I'm not sure. That might be a case where we would want to upgrade the internet package for. But, yeah, host a server and just invite some people. My only problem is, like, so the server we were hosting before was just, like, me, Dan, and a few of my friends. I don't have those friends anymore. Well, I have one of them. So it's like, how do I, like, fill... Oh, wait, actually, wait, no. No, I have 2 of them. Okay, so I still have... I still have friends. So it's just like... Yeah, getting you in, but maybe, like, 1 or 2 other people would be fun. Yeah, this has just kind of been a personal project. Because, like, the point with this map, like, there's a town that goes here eventually. There's a town out here. There's a town out that way. Once I'm done the terraforming, it'll end up becoming a build stream where it's, like, a long-term thing where it's just, like... You know, I build a couple buildings and mess around with aesthetics that way. Part 2. Yeah. My whole thing is scheduling actually playing with friends is a little difficult. Like, that's always been, like, the weird part is, like, you host it, and people do their, like, personal projects off stream, but then it feels like you're all, like, putting off, like, the actual adventure because it's just like, oh, we want to do it while we're all together. And then you do it, and it's just, like, it's super fun, but it's also, like, it feels a little too once in a blue moon, so I don't know what I would have to... I don't know how to play multiplayer with people, effectively. Yeah, I don't know if I would, like, host this one for anything. I'll probably play with it for a while. So this map I've been working on for a little while for my own uses. This map was the one that I made for a friend, and eventually we'll probably do an actual, like, when he's, like, further along, we might do a tour of this server, or not server, this map. So he's got his own, like, stories. These were ones he's actually writing to actually, like, publish, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know what his plans are right now. I think maybe him and his wife are making a webcomic. He had, which direction? He had, a map he had drawn when he was younger and he was first coming up with these ideas that I had made a Minecraft map for him of it. And then he built it into, like, this big, you know, it all populated with, like, cities and stuff. Where is it? Oh. Yeah, my map loading thing is a little chunky right now. So yeah, this map I had, it's like a huge thing. Yeah, this map is built based on a map that he had for some stories. I built it once, and then a couple years passed, and he realized he had run out of space, and he didn't like the scale of it anymore. He wanted a new project, so I made it 4 times bigger or something like that. It's ridiculously large compared to the old map. So I spent a couple, like, a good few streams redoing it for him. There, it's loaded in. And so this, the last time he sent me a copy of it, this is what he's done with it. The map I'm working on, I think, is even larger scale. Like, this mountain range compared to the one I'm working on does feel like there's a bit of a scale difference. So, like, it's no wonder it's taking me so long, especially because I'm working on all the mountains and everything. And quite a lot of this is just, like, plains. Plus, I did some of this off-stream with, like, fixing, like, the oceans and everything, so it's kind of no wonder it's taken me so many streams to work on the thing I'm working on, but, yeah, so inevitably, my plan is to essentially do with my map what he's doing with his, where the terraforming was all done, and then he started building like a city onto it. So like I think since he sent me this map, because he sent me this, I did some corrections, like I fixed, I improved this desert a little bit. I added palm trees and a couple other things. I just like did some tweaks for him. But yeah, he's got like a city here. I think he got further along on this city. He's working on a city over there. There's a big city that would go there. So there's like a bunch of different locations on this map that he's working on. Also, like I said, I really like doing the cliffs. And I love, like, I can't wait till he builds more stuff here. But I love how this biome came out. Like, this is sort of like, when I'm finally done with my map, like, similar final product of, the terrain and the trees and everything. Interesting details, like stone spikes and whatnot. Yeah, I forgot he built the bridge. You know. Getting biome colors in is actually, like, a huge deal with making it all actually look finalized. Which, by the way, was way harder when I made this. I did this with World Edit. I'm using Axiom now. It's funny. Axiom, I'm not really sure 100% whether I'm actually, like, working faster using it. Because now I'm, like, more picky with the details. Oh, crud. It is also really funny because, like, I was painting with, like, a different biome setup before. And now, like, this one's so much better because I can actually visualize the bounds properly. This is actually where you can actually see there is a mistake with this island. Everything in the sky is technically ocean. And you can't really tell without the biome painter. But, yeah, it's really weird. Though I think these are, yeah, these do spread vertically. It's so much easier to paint the biomes, though, with this compared to the other tool I was using. That's weird. So what's the limit? Do I have to go at, like, 2 scale? What's the smallest until it starts painting the actual biome? It seems like it doesn't like anything smaller than 4. Interesting. Because I think technically the biomes are like 4x4, so. I did go a little crazy when I was working on it with, like, something you don't really see in Minecraft regularly that bothers me is, so like this warmer color, water biome. In, like, regular Minecraft, if you were to encounter, like, a different, if you were to encounter a different, let's see, deep cold ocean, maybe? No? Let me see. Where's warm ocean? Am I not painting this right? Make it larger. Why doesn't it work? What did I do? Do I have a mask set? I do. I'm stupid. That explains the problem. So yeah, in regular Minecraft, oops. If you encounter, like, a different ocean biome, this is, like, the best, like, this is the most smooth gradient, I think. I can double check that, actually, real quick. Okay, there's more smooth. but it's still like just a couple blocks of smoothness. It feels like there's bleach in the water. So I kind of went above and beyond, splattering small dithered biome patterns on the edges. Now, Distant Horizons, it still looks a little weird, but I think with shaders, well, shaders just gets rid of it. But I think, yeah, when you're actually near it, it looks fine. And if you have a better render distance, because I don't really keep mine very high, I don't know, it is just, it is interesting. So, oh, okay, you can draw the smaller ones. Yeah, I guess with this, I would turn off visualize bounds, and I would just, you kind of do just draw them like this. I don't think there's a splatter brush, but, also, Control Z in Minecraft is kind of insane. Anyway, yeah, so this was the map I worked on for him. And he's making use of it. I hope to get this far with mine one day. The problem is, my little fantasy world that, like, I'm building is so, like, it's a very hilly location. Like, a lot of the, oh gosh, now we gotta wait for this to load again. A lot of, like, where this first town area is, like, there's a hill, but, it is a lot of plains here, so I might be getting to a point where I can actually do details in this middle area. But, what if I just, like, look at the ground for a bit? Oh my gosh, we're hitting 5 hours. I need to stop. Yeah, that's better. But yeah, the big mountain that's supposed to be, like, behind here, mountains over there, like, there's enough hilly stuff that it just, like, I feel like I've been spending forever just doing little detail works. And also part of it is me trying to learn scale. This lake is an okay size, but in retrospect, it's a bit small for 2 rivers to be feeding into. Anyway. Yeah, I'll stream next week or something, and, yeah. Maybe I'll get off my butt and figure out how to host a Minecraft server or something one day. I definitely would love to play with people. Or we can completely fry whoever's computer is hosting it and host a modded Minecraft server. I mean, what? Anyway. Bye! Oh, does this... No, it has music. It's just getting kind of drowned out by the other music. Is he alive? Aww.